Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good day, good night. Good for you, good for us, good lady, good sir, good gentleman, good marm. Good, it's all good in the neighborhood, yo. It's good, it's all good. Game 3 is on the plate today, and let's see what kind of meal we are going to get served up from Christian Javier, and what kind of dessert, what kind of dessert are the Astros bats going to pound together today? There is a special little dessert here in Japan. I was thinking about it as relating to the Astros bats. It's called mochi. Have you ever heard of mochi? Have any of you ever had Japanese mochi? Let me show this to you right quick. Mochi is like a chewy. It's a very gooey, chewy rice cake. It's made from rice, and they literally pound the crap out of it with a bat. And it takes a couple of different guys to make it the traditional way. One guy, as you can see, pounds the crap out of it with like a hammer. You know, this would be, I guess you could say, the bat. Yeah. Here you can see two different guys hitting it, but you need at least two guys to make it properly, because what happens is one of them inevitably will start turning it over. Let's see if we can see it here. Okay, right here. Okay, here you can see this guy. In between the pounding, he's flipping it over and he's folding it. That's just so that they can get the whole thing pounded properly. If you don't do it properly, then it won't be made properly. And I know this might seem a little silly, but I was thinking about the Astros pitching and the bats. Because if you just take mochi and you just put a bat on it and you just keep pounding the crap out of it, you're not going to make good mochi. It's not going to come out good. And if the guy just sits there and he keeps turning it over, well, that's not going to work either, because you can't have good mochi unless you have both of these guys working together. And to me, the pitcher is like the guy turning it over. You know, he's turning it over so that the next guy can pound it. And if you're missing one guy from this setup, then the mochi will just not turn out right. So you need a minimal of, I guess you could say, offense and defense. You know what I'm saying? I was just thinking about this as it relates to the Astros bats and pitching. You know what I'm saying? I think it's a kind of a good analogy, Japanese analogy for baseball. And I just thought I would share that with you guys. Maybe you've never seen mochi being made before. It's very, very gooey, and when you pull it apart, it's a very popular historical treat in Japan. It's been around for maybe 1,500 years or more. It's a very ancient traditional thing. It's very yummy, but in order to make it properly, the traditional way, it takes two people doing their job. So here it's the batters and the pitchers. You know what I'm saying? Thank you all for being here. I just wanted to share that with you, and it's a lovely day today. I think it's a little bit warmer. It's going to be a little bit warmer today, but it's so much nicer recently than it has been. And Big Sean says, love the music. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's a song that I wrote and produced using AI tools, but the lyrics are mine. It's the number one most special song I've ever made in my life. And the message is very strong and clear, and I was able to get it. I was able to create the feeling that I wanted to go along with the words. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. And Michael says, nice tune. Thank you. Travis says, need Javier to throw a gem today. Yes, we do. If Javier throws another good game today, I will feel so much better about the Astros starters right now, because Fromber has me a little sad right now. I'm going to be honest. You know, I stuck up for Fromber. For those of you who know me from a couple of months ago, you know, a lot of people are always saying Fromber's a head case, Fromber's a basket case, and I defended him a little bit, and I said he's not as bad as he used to be. And with regards to pitching mound meltdowns, he really is not. Even now, he's not really as bad as he used to be. But that doesn't change the fact that he was willing to hurt his teammate, because I really do believe that he crossed up Salazar on purpose. That's my opinion. Of course, that's why I asked in my short video, I just thought it was strange. He's got his own agent coming out and defending him. Of course he would. That's going to hurt Fromber's bag, and that's going to hurt the agent's money. The more money that Fromber gets, the bigger payday that he and his agent are going to get. So of course he's going to come out and defend Fromber. But why do you need him to come out and defend Fromber? Why aren't his teammates saying anything? You know what I'm saying? If his teammates come out and said something, hey, listen, there's a lot of crap going around in the media about Fromber, and there's no story here. If the teammates had come out and started saying something about that, I would have listened to that. That would have been very important to me. But it wasn't. It was his agent. It was Fromber's agent. He's the one that came out and he said, anyone who's speculating about it, you're wrong. You know, he's just telling us directly that we don't even have the right to think and speculate differently than what they're saying the truth is. It's just crazy. Michael says, gentleman might be a bit of a stretch for me. It's okay. Sometimes I'm not gentlemanly in my appearance, that's for sure. I mean, right now I haven't shaved in many days, and I don't think that's very gentlemanly. Maybe, especially in Japan, you know, that most of the girls like completely clean shaven face. Yes, Travis, you're right. Violence and sugar. Yeah, rice, a little bit of sugar. They pound the crap out of it for a long time, and they have to keep folding it, moving it around. It's very similar, actually, to how you make a samurai sword, believe it or not. For those of you who don't understand metalworking, when you're making a samurai sword, you pound it down, and then you fold it. And then you pound it down again, and you fold it, and you do this hundreds of times. It's a ton of work. The more you fold it, the stronger the blade will become. So it's mochi and samurai swords are made very similarly. The only difference is you don't have two guys making the sword. You have one guy making the sword. He pounds it down, he bends it over, and he pounds it again, and he bends it over. Michael says, when I was a teenager, my parents would ask if I was pounding my mochi. I had no idea what they meant. How about that? Are you serious? Are you serious? Or is that a joke? Either way, it's funny. It's funny. What's up, Blue Devil? Good to see you here. Thank you for coming back. All right, DeLion is here in the house. Ghostros indeed. They're showing some clips of some. I don't know why we're seeing some of the Yankees clips. Don't show that. Yeah. Yes, there we go. Show those clips of Javier striking out batters. Yes. Why were they showing clips? I don't want to see that in the pregame show. The Yankees hitting home runs. Screw that crap. Screw the Wankies. Show me more of Javier striking guys out. That's what I want to see. Let's take a look at the Astros lineup real quickly. Today, of course, Christian Javier is on the mound for the Astros. His ERA is currently 3.38. Gotta love that. Let's hope today it goes down below 3. That would be awesome. How awesome would that be for Christian Javier to have a sub-3 ERA after this game? Just destroy the Wankies. Pena is leading it off today at shortstop. I have been wondering when Pena is going to get a rest. I feel like he needs a rest coming up soon, maybe after this series. Alvarez is in the lineup batting second. He's going to be in left field today. Altuve is the DH batting third. Correa is cleanup today at third base, followed by Walker and Diaz. That's unfortunate. Christian Walker batting fifth. Diaz batting sixth. Cam Smith batting seventh. Ramon Urias batting eighth. Now, Walker, of course, is at first. Diaz is catching. Cam Smith is in right. Urias is at second. And finishing it all up in the ninth slot is Dubon in center field. Let's see here. Alvarez. That's it. Alvarez is the only lefty in the lineup. My guess is because we're facing Rodon. Rodon is a left-handed pitcher. So the Astros have gone right-handed heavy in the lineup. Jordan is the only lefty in our lineup right now. Yeah, that's right, Landon. You know, you got to come up. You know, I see your Yankees logo there, but you know that they have a lot of bad nicknames for the Astros, right? I've heard Astros, Trashtros. I've heard so many different bad names, and that's fine. It's all in good fun. I'm gonna do it. We're gonna do it. The Wankies, the Stankies. These are the most popular ones. Of course, we're gonna give each other some grief and come up with some bad nicknames for each other's teams. Yep, that's right. And Blue Devil says the Sox are off today. Yeah, the pressure is all on the Yankees today because I think their other main competitors, aren't the Blue Jays off today also, if I'm not mistaken? Let me take a look at the scoreboard right quick. Is there anything going on the scoreboard? Let's take a quick gander. Hey, the Pirates are beating the Dodgers 1-0 in the fourth. That's always nice. Angels and the Royals just getting started. Yeah, I don't see the Blue Jays on today either. Nor the Tigers. Yeah, today is a very light day. Just a few teams on the agenda. Six games. So it looks like this is the main game today for the American League. The Yankees and the Astros. There are no other really important games. No other important games at all in the American League going on today. Just the Astros and the Yankees. No Tigers, no Blue Jays, no Red Sox. None of that. None of that nonsense. Javier is on the mound. He's finished his warm-up tosses. Trent Grisham is going to be leading things off for the Stanks. First pitch is going to be coming as soon as Grisham is ready, looks like. Okay. Javier's up on the rubber. Here's the first pitch of the game. Strike right in there, top of the zone, 93-mile-per-hour fastball, strike one. All right, let's get her going. How many people do we have following right now? We've got 41 following the live stream. Make sure you like early and often. I wish you could like often. That would be helpful. 93 on the inside, fouled off, strike two. Javier gets ahead in the count. Looks like Grisham is going to take a timeout. 41 following the live stream right now in the first inning. How many likes do we have? 26. That's not bad. That's more than half. Need about 30 to have that 70%, 75% ratio that I like so much. Here comes the 0-2 pitch from Javier. That's high. 94-mile-per-hour fastball. Going all the way to the top floor. It's 1-2. Espada. I like Joe, but I wish I could talk with him about what's going on sometimes. Swing and a miss. Change up in the bottom of the zone. Mr. Javier looking beautiful at this pitch. Look at that. Whip. No home run for you this time. Ben Rice is due up next, followed by Mr. Judge. Crowd is a little quiet right now. Seems to be sparse from what I can tell in the crowd in the background you see back there. 93 on the inside, called a strike. That was a nice toss. Barely clipped the corner maybe by a hair. El Reptil. That's right, Jay. El Reptil. 0-1 is the count with 1 out, nobody on here in the top of the first. Here's the toss. Grounded off. Starts him off 0-2. We were just talking about mochi made with rice. I wonder if the Astros can take Ben Rice and make some Yankees mochi. It looks like he broke his bat there. He grabs himself another stick. They said that Rice is the only one who has not yet faced Mr. Javier. Let's see how he does with the 0-2 pitch. High fastball, and he sends it out into center field. Dubon is over. He's got it. He says, I got it, Yordan. 2 down. Aaron Judge due up. 7 pitches for Javier, 6 strikes. That's a nice ratio. That's a ratio I can live with. How about 1 pitch, 1 out? Out number 3 against Judge. That's what I want to see. Just 1 pitch, 1 out. Don't even fool around. I mean, a strikeout is always nice, but I just want to see like a ground out or something, a little tapper on the infield. A little weak tapper from Judge. That's what I want. Ah, the Swiffer outside. Misses for ball 1. That's the same joke I made last series. How long has he been Rice? Or did you say that last time? Was it you that said that? Maybe it was you that said that, Abel. 79 right in there on the Swiffer. Back-to-back Swiffers. 1 out of the zone, 1 in the zone. Counts 1-1. Maybe it was you that said that last time, Abel. How long has he been Rice? Too freaking long. Ever since he was born, he's been Rice. 94. The top of the zone, swing and a miss. 1-2. Hey, Caesar. Caesar is giving a shout out to all you Astros fans out there. So for those of you listening who don't see the live chat, I'm passing along his love. Here comes the next toss. I've got a surprise for you guys today. Just stick around, you'll get it. Just to let you know, that's high. Once again, the elevator goes so high, maybe it bursts through the roof. At least to the roof. The elevator goes all the way to the roof on that pitch. It's 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, nobody on. Here is the 12th pitch of the inning to Judge. Another Swiffer, but that one was low and outside just like the first one. Full count. No problem, Caesar. Here comes the full count pitch. What is Javier gonna throw? After a long delay, here comes the pitch. Low, walked him. Judge gets the Yordan Alvarez treatment from Javier. That's sad considering how I think Javier can pitch to him. He was pitching to him at first. I don't quite understand that. I can only guess that Javier just lost his control a little bit on those last 2 pitches. Because Javier wasn't scared of him. He was pitching to him. And then suddenly his last couple of pitches were just way off. Cody Bellinger at the plate with a runner on first. Whoa, that one gets away from Yiner. Judge easily gets to second base. Ball 1. This is something we talked about the other day with the Astros relievers getting 2 outs and then starting to have some problems. What is it about that? Even Javier here. Look at that. 1-0 is the count, and here comes the toss. Nice pitch. The changeup on that inside edge. Taken for strike 1. The count's even. Ken says, well, crud. Got here for ball 4. Still in the house. Welcome to the party, Ken. It just got started. Everybody's got drinks. The music is blaring. Here's the pitch. 94 on the fastball, too low and inside. 2 balls and 1 strike to Bellinger. Two-one pitch on the way. He grounds this one to first. Walker grabs it himself and steps on the bag, and that's out number 3. So the walk to Judge and the wild pitch to get him to second base comes to naught. Javier has a decent first inning. Throws about 14 pitches. Carlos Rodon will be on the mound for the Astros, a lefty. So the Astros have loaded up on their right-handed batters today, which we have plenty of, trust me. We have more than enough right-handed batters to go around. 8 of our 9 batters today are righties. Natural right-handed batters. Every single batter in the Astros lineup, apart from Jordan, is a right-hander only batter. None of these guys can switch hit. Well, they can, but let's just say that they don't. And there's a very good reason why they don't. Pena batting 306. He'll be up in just a moment, followed by Alvarez. Alvarez just batting 252 right now, but he had a really, really sweet, sexy game yesterday. Did he not? Altuve at the DH spot batting third, waiting for him to really heat up. His batting has been scattered. He slipped from being over 300 and his batting average down to below 270. He brought it back up in the 270s, and he's just kind of stuck there. So he's doing okay, but for somebody like Altuve, that's not good. Let's hope he pulls that up. Correa batting 273. Walker batting 235. He did pull his average up just a tad, but without that thump that he's added after the past month and a half or so, or from the last month and a half or so, without that, he would be struggling. Let's hope he can keep thumping the ball. Even if he keeps striking out, just keep thumping the ball. Ball 1 to Pena on the outside. Here comes the next pitch. Low and outside. Pena went after it on the fastball. Fouls it off. 1-1. That's right, Abel. Let's get them sticks going. Caesar says the Pirates are up by 1 run. Yep, over the Dodgers, right? The draft Dodgers. Here's the toss. Oh, come on, Pena. He goes after the changeup just above the plate. Any lower, and it would have scraped the home plate area. Here's the 1-2 pitch. 84 on the outside edge. Fouls it off. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Yeah, come on, Flash. Pirates up by 1 run. Top of the 5th. That's right. That ball's in the dirt. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jordan Alvarez on deck. Altuve in the hole. Here's the 2-2. The 2-2. Grounded to the third base side. Pena rushes to first, but there's no way for him to beat that. 1 away. Jordan Alvarez comes to the plate. Highest OPS by a left-handed batter all time. Jordan Alvarez is second on that list. Here comes the pitch. Jordan tries to bunt the ball. That's interesting. He's laughing about it. Strike one. He calls timeout. He and Rodon laughed about that. He's like, well, you know, I tried. Here's the pitch. He grounds this one to first, and he'll take it himself, and that's out number 2. But that was a funny moment. Jordan and Rodon still laughing about the bunt attempt there. Oh yeah, my video about Carlos Correa's secret meeting. Did you guys have a chance to see that? I forgot that it premiered this morning. I was still asleep. I didn't get up for the premiere. I just wanted to sleep. Yes, you did. You saw Jordan try to bunt. Altuve takes the first pitch outside. There are 2 outs, nobody on. 9 pitches now for Rodon. The 10th one coming to Altuve in just a moment. I'll get it for you, Ken. 1 second. Outside, swing and a miss. 1-1 is the count. It's a very short video, so you guys can probably watch it between innings. That's fouled off by Altuve. The count's 1 and 2. This is a very short video. It's the meeting, the secret players meeting that Carlos Correa called for the Astros. It's just for fun. Altuve strikes out on the changeup outside. 1-2 strikeout for Rodon against Altuve, and that's out number 3. So both Javier and Rodon have a decent first inning. Mr. Antonio said, I can only imagine the meeting being just like this. I think so too. It's so ridiculous. That's funny. It's silly. It is silly, but it's funny. Let's see here. Go to my memberships here. I want to take a look. How many members do we have right now? See my members. I've got 28. That's right, 28 members. Emoji. They're talking about if the playoffs started today, how the Astros would start off against the Mariners. Giancarlo Stanton is at the plate facing Javier. Here's the first pitch at the top of the second. It's in the dirt, basically. Ball 1. Next pitch on the way. Grounded to third. Correa scoops it up. Lobs it over to first. Nice throw. Out number 1. Stanton goes down. Jazz Chisholm comes to the plate with 1 away. Special surprise for you all. Let's see if you discover it before I tell you. First pitch to Jazz Chisholm is a ball. Here comes the second pitch. High and outside, ball 2. I was trying to get something straight, so I apologize for missing that first pitch. I'm going to wait and see if somebody discovers the surprise before I show it to you. Grounded down the first base side. Christian Walker is easily able to play that. Little bouncer right to the bag. Chisholm goes down. 2 up and 2 down. 22 pitches now for Javier. Marduk, actually, I don't think... I saw your question. Marduk asked if that was Jordan's first bunt attempt of the season. I don't think so, because early in the season before he went on the IL, he was struggling, right? And I think that he might have tried to bunt at that time, if I remember correctly. 93, that should have been a strike on the outside edge, but it was called a ball. Look at that. 1-0. Here comes the pitch. High. 2 balls and no strikes. The line says, I found 3 recorded bunt singles by Jordan ever and no sacrifice bunts. Yeah, it wouldn't make any sense, right, for him to sacrifice with guys on base. You don't let a guy like that sacrifice. 3-0, man. 3 balls and no strikes. Of course, he was robbed on one of those pitches, so it should be 2-1 right now. Yeah, sometimes stats like that are difficult. Bunt attempts, yeah, that's difficult to find. Wow, 92 on the outside edge. He calls that one a strike. That's funny. This pitch was further out than the other one that he called a ball. Calls that one a strike. Yeah, Austin Wells is at the plate. I think he was telling the umpire the one he called a ball earlier was better than that one. 3-1 is the count. Here comes the pitch. Nice. In the bottom of the zone. He starts walking again towards first base. Twice in a row. Wells thinks he has a walk. He starts walking towards first. He calls it a strike. He rings him up twice on the same... in the same manner. That was funny. That's a timer violation by Javier. I'm not sure exactly what happened there. Javier disengaged, but that's not allowed at that time. So that was a mistake by Javier, and that's going to be ball 4. So they send him to first base on the disengagement. Yeah, you can't do that with nobody on base. That was a lot of drama. A pitch that was a strike called a ball. A ball 4 that was called a strike. Another ball that could have been called ball 4 was a strike. And then a timer violation, so he gets the walk anyway. So much drama over one at bat. Runner on first, once again with 2 outs. He gets the 2 outs and then puts a runner on with a walk. Same thing. Anthony Volpe at the plate. Swiffer on the outside just misses for ball 1. I listened to a few Yankees broadcasts yesterday, and it seems that a lot of their fans and podcasters are tired of Volpe. 94 on the outside edge, 1-1. Angel, man of culture, I salute you as well. Let's do it for sure. Abel wants to know if I have a new emoji. Maybe. This is hit hard into left field. Hey, Volpe actually gets a hit for the Yankees. We got runners on first and second now. Revolving Astros logos. Revolving logos sounds cool. Yeah, the Yankees do cry a lot, but then again, you know, a lot of these teams, a lot of these players on these big market teams like to cry. The Cubs are some of the worst, especially their managers. They are the biggest babies I've ever seen in the dugout. But the Yankees are also bad. Here comes the first pitch to McMahon. That's high for ball one. 2 runners on with 2 outs, first and second. Batter number 9, Ryan McMahon at the plate, 9th in the lineup. Here comes the toss. Low and in the dirt, 2-0. Javier now over 30 pitches. He's up to 32. Yeah, from what I hear, Jay, there's another guy they've got on the bench who's supposedly much better, and they don't want Volpe in. They want the other guy in. This is hit hard to right field, and it's going to be down. Here's Wells. Here's the throw. It's off target. Wells scores. Yankees up 1-0 with runners on first and second. It was not a very deep hit. Cam had an opportunity, but I think even with the throw on target, he probably wouldn't have gotten him. Fastball right up and in. Was able to turn on it, get it out into right field. Let's take another look at it here. Let's see if the throw had been right on. No, it was too late. Wouldn't have mattered, I think. Runners on first and second with 2 outs. 2 hits now for the Yanks. 1-0. The inning started off great with 2 outs, and now we have a run on the board and still 2 more runners to deal with. Here's the first pitch to Trent Grisham. We're back to the top of the batting order. Yeah, he's having a little bit of trouble now. He started off really good, and now he's having trouble with the zone, Ken. Here's the pitch. That's in the zone. 1-1 on that knuckle curve. And shrewdly, you're right. It was just a weak single. There hasn't been anything really hard hit. Just some singles. A couple of singles. Nothing big. Here's a 1-1 pitch to Grisham. Nope. Javier comes off the mound. Fakes the throw to second. One and one. Whoa, way high on the knuckle curve. 2-1. Javier comes set. 2 balls and 1 strike to Grisham. Here's the toss. Ooh, just a little high and outside. 3-1. Come on now. Wow. First 10 pitches, 8 were strikes. Right now, 36 pitches, only 18 strikes. He's gone downhill fast. Swing and a miss on the inside. Change up low and inside. Full count. Javier needs to get this out so he can reset himself. Here comes the full count pitch. Grisham hits it high in the air. Should be playable. Urias is underneath it. Puts it away for out number 3. So the Yanks get 2 hits that inning. Couple of weak hits. 1 run. And that's where we stand right now. No hits yet for the Astros. Bottom of the second, coming up 1-0. We are down just by a tad. Just by a smidgen. Just by a smidgen. You guys and gals want to see a short clip of the meeting where Correa was trying to inspire the Astros? You want to see that? I can show you part of it. Let's see. Here we go.
Do it! Just do it! Don't let your dreams be dreams.
You recognize that?
Yesterday, you said tomorrow. So just do it! Make your dreams come true! Just do it! Some people dream of success while you're going to wake up and work hard at it. Nothing is impossible. You should get to the point where anyone else would quit, and you're not going to stop there. No, what are you waiting for? Do it! Just do it! Yes, you can!
That's right, Correa.
Just do it!
I love the last part where he just flexes.
Stop giving up.
There it is right there. Correa just doing it. Just doing it. Captain Correa, baby. Here comes the pitch to Walker. 86 on the slider, swing and a miss.
And got one plate appearance, drew a walk, and scored a run in that 4-run 8th inning.
Paul, you know, Shia, I think he got a lot of attention when he was kind of young. Maybe that had something to do with his difficulties. 86, another changeup below the zone, but this one even further out of reach than the first pitch. Swing and a miss. 0-2 is the count. Correa says, "Come on, just do it. Do it. Do it, do it, do it." Kim Jong Correa. All right, here's the 0-2 pitch to Walker. In the dirt, stopped by the catcher.
Only has Rodon had his last 5 starts with that 2.
Come on, Mr. Skywalker. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Career starts in this building.
Alejandro says he led off the rally last night. Yeah, Pena's homer kind of got the blood flowing, but Correa is the one who really started it, right? He was the one who got the flow going. Maybe Pena was like the one who hooked up the device. Correa was the one who turned it on. 2-2. Here's the toss. Ooh, that was close. Low and outside on that outside corner. Walker barely gets away with that one. It was not a bad pitch.
Adrian Johnson holding tight, not giving in.
Oh, whoops. Sorry about that. Mr. Page, thank you for letting me know. I forgot to turn that off. Walker hits this one out to center field. Should be playable, and it is. Grisham puts it away. Yeah, I have so many controls that I have to turn on and off. Audio controls, video controls, mute buttons. It's easy to forget those, so I appreciate you pointing that out. And hello to you, by the way. Hello to you too, by the way, Mr. Page. Thanks for being here. Alejandro says Pena really gave the team the morale boost. Yeah, it's like I said, I feel like he kind of got things connected, and Correa got it cranked up, you know what I'm saying? He got the flow going. Diaz is at the plate, takes the first pitch for strike 1. 20 pitches now for Rodon. Correa on second base with 1 out. Come on now, we've already got 1 lobster. Don't need any more. Bring them home. Grounded to third. Correa will have to stay at second. The throw does not get to first base. Correa will scoot over to third, and Diaz will be safe at first. First baseman did not secure the catch. I'm not sure exactly if that hit Diaz or what. Let's take a look at this. Had to hurry a little bit on the throw. Just not a good catch at first base. Yeah. He didn't extend enough to get it. I guess he was worried about running into Diaz. And so he tried to not extend too much. But that's going to be an error on the first baseman. And we got runners on the corners. Cam Smith at the plate. Right in there. 94 miles an hour. Strike one. Come on, Cam. Crank it up. Crank it up, baby. Yeah, Mr. Page, that's exactly right. A one-man band. 94, too far inside, 1-1. I am definitely a one-man band. Now, I will say that things are much, much easier than the way they used to be. But I wouldn't say easy. It takes a lot of getting used to. Here's the 1-1 pitch. In the dirt, 2-1. Sarcastic Prodigy, welcome in. Good to see you, sir. Are the Yankees going to complain about the roof not being open today? You know, death taxes and the Yankees complaining about something. These are three things that we can depend on in life. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. Ah. Why did you go? The changeup below the zone. Cam went after it, 2-2. Make 'em pay, that's for sure. Make 'em pay, baby. Caesar says he was scared to get a shiner, so he dropped the ball. That's why. Up and in. Catcher fakes a throw over to third. Correa prances back like a deer. Like a happy deer. Like a little happy deer right over there painted in the corner. Full count to Cam. Runners on the corners. One out. Come on, Cam, you can do it. He hits it high in the air. That's not what I was talking about. High on the infield, over on the right side. Chisholm puts it away for out number 2. And that's 2 more lobsters for the Astros. 4 lobsters so far that we have not brought home. The Yanks have 3 lobsters. Astros have now lost 4 lobsters. They have now lost 4 lobsters to the old man of the sea. Astros have not been able to bring them home yet, you see. Ramon Urias comes to the plate. 28th pitch for Rodon. Too far inside, ball 1. Well, yeah, Eric, that's definitely a catch that Walker would have made the vast majority of the time. Here's the pitch. 95 on the outside edge in the lower corner. 1-1. John says bunt it. Bunt it with 2 outs? I don't think so. Pass. Hard pass on that. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Up and in again. Almost clipped him. 2 balls and 1 strike to Urias. Mauricio Dubon on deck. 30 pitches now for Rodon as he's catching up slowly to Javier. But we need a hit right here, mister. We need to move these guys around. Bring those lobsters home. 95 below the zone. He fouls it up. Is it going to be playable? No. It sails into the crowd, thankfully. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Oh, okay. I see. I see, John. Let's see. Who was up? Cam Smith. Yeah, Smith could have bunted. I do agree with that. That would have been a possibility to bunt in a run, but I don't know how good Cam is at surprise bunting. It should have been a surprise bunt. This is hit to the right side. Chisholm fumbles it for a second, but he picks it up and he fires to first, and the Astros have 2 more lobsters. That is a total of 6. So in just 2 innings, the Astros already have 6 lobsters to the Yankees 3. That's the count for today. So far in 2 innings, the Wanks have only lost 3 lobsters. The Astros have lost 6. That's not a good start. That's a if we average that out through 9 innings, that's 27, and that's an unbelievably horrible percentage. Can you imagine going 9 innings with no runs and having 27 guys left on base with opportunities missed? That's basically what the Astros have done in 2 innings at the plate so far. So we got a guy doing his best to fold the mochi, but the guy hitting the mochi is not hitting the mochi. He's hitting the other guy on the hand, and he's hitting the bowl instead of the mochi. Ken says Javi's dancing between the raindrops right now and needs to get dialed in. Yeah, it's a little man, I really wish I could buy that. $250. Take a look at that. Autographed baseballs by rising stars and Hall of Fame members. Jose Altuve and Jeremy Pena bobbleheads. 2 tickets to a 2026 game. A custom shirt. Commemorative ticket from a moment in Astros history. Man, that's not a bad deal. Somebody buy that and send it to me. For 2026. I would have to fly. I'd have to make a plan to fly over to catch that game. But with 2 tickets, I could do a drawing, and I could take one of my subscribers, one of you guys or gals. I don't discriminate. Pitch number 40 coming up for Javier. 76 miles an hour. Right in there, strike 1. Ben Rice. How long have you been Rice? All my life. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That's rifled right to Christian Walker, who hops in the air. A little hop once again. A little hop like a deer. A little happy deer. Good catch by Walker. Out number 1. Not too difficult. Little hop. Only had to jump about 6 inches to grab that one. And why are people booing Aaron Judge? Be quiet. Stop booing Aaron Judge. He's just a guy. Here's the first pitch. 79 mile per hour Swiffer on the outside edge, strike 1. Why do Astros fans boo Aaron Judge? What has Aaron Judge done to deserve to be booed? Silly. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Nice. Another Swiffer. 0-2 is the count. 1 out, nobody on here in the top of the 3rd. Ken says if we go to the game, it's a 5-hour drive either way. It would have been a weekend thing. Yeah, 5-hour drive. That's if it's a one-way 5-hour drive, that's too much for a day trip. You got to make it into a weekend thing for sure. I agree. Here's a pitch. Outside and low. 1-2. I can make a day trip to Hiroshima City, but Hiroshima City is an hour to an hour and a half away depending on how you go there. So that's acceptable for a day trip. Let's hit up the middle. All the way back, and Dubon has got it on the run at the warning track. Javier gives a little applause. That was a solid hit by Judge, but off the end of the bat. You could hear the sound of the bat. He didn't get the fat part, thankfully. If he had, that could have easily been gone. Doobie with a nice grab for out number 2. Oh, Ken, yeah. Let's see here. Let me take a look here. Prodigy says... Oh, I'm sorry. I missed Eric's statement. Let me get to that one first. Here comes the next pitch to Cody Bellinger. That's a strike right in there, 95 miles an hour. Eric says, for the same reason Yankees boo Altuve. No, I completely disagree. That's not why. Yankees don't boo Altuve. for the same reason. Absolutely not. Give me an example and I will disagree with you. Whatever your example is, Eric, with all due respect, I promise I will disagree with you. Altuve, what Altuve has done to the Yankees is absolutely nothing at all like what Judge has done to the Astros. 1-1 turns to 2-1 with that low pitch. 2-1 to Bellinger with 2 outs, nobody on. Prodigy says Aaron Judge turned down more money for his contract to stay in New York. At least he's loyal to his team. That's true. But you know, he's had to endure a lot of crap. But that's how New York is. There's a lot of stress in New York. You can be the MVP just like Judge, and you go into a slump and you start getting booed. You know, it's that fast. Altuve goes into a slump and the crowd just lets it go. You know what I'm saying? Swing and a miss. Foul tip. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Bellinger with 2 outs. Now here's the question. Javier has 2 outs and nobody on. Is he going to be able to get this 3rd out right here, or is he going to extend the inning again? This is an important pitch, I think. This will show which direction Javier is going this game. Nice! Strike 3. Swing and a miss. 92 miles an hour on that fastball, and he gets a foul tip right into the glove of Diaz. He goes the right direction. You have chosen wisely, you might even say. We go to the bottom of the 3rd with the Astros due up in just a minute. 2 hits for the Wanks, 1 hit for the Stros. It's a 1-0 game. The Astros looking to get something going shortly. Ken asks, do you get a chance to experience Japan's high-speed rail? Yes, the Shinkansen. The Shinkansen is the high-speed rail, and I've been on it many times. I've been on the high-speed train in China many times. I've been on the high-speed train in Japan many times. More times than I can remember or count. It's part of daily life. So, but it's awesome. There's nothing more relaxing and easy than just hopping on the high-speed train and kicking back. You got a phone charger. You got a very comfortable seat that reclines. If you want to pay just a little bit extra, you can get into the really nice car. And I mean the regular cars are really nice, but the business class, the I guess you could say the first class / business class cars, the chairs are even bigger, even more comfortable. The environment is even quieter. You've got chargers, and you can close the window if you want to get some sleep. The ride is very smooth. It's just awesome. If you've got a 2-hour train ride, you can catch a nap. You know, you just kick back and take a nap. It's nice to go way over, several cities over in just 30 minutes, an hour, a couple hours, a few hours. From here to Tokyo, if I drive down here to the Shinkansen station, I go to Tokyo, it's not that far. It's like a 3.5-hour train ride. And I can just kick back and sleep or watch some videos or whatever. Dubon at the plate. Swing and a miss on that first one. 0-1. Here's the toss. He puts that one out into play into right field, but it's going to go foul. 0-2. Gregory, welcome in. Hey! Gregory discovered the surprise. Did you guys see it? That's interesting. Here's a pitch. Wow. Foul ball off the mask of the catcher. Devon checks on him, makes sure he's all right. Hey, dude. I said, are you all right? You listening to me? You can see it right here. Boom. That happened yesterday, didn't it? Oh, and 2 is the count to Dubon with nobody on, no outs. Yeah, Eric, I see what you're saying. They're the face of the franchises, but that's not why they get booed. There's no reason to boo Judge. Like I said, there's no reason to boo him. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Down and in on that pitch. That's right, Prodigy. The question was answered last inning, right? We were talking about Javier's performance, right? Fouled off. Count remains 1-2. Hey, Sherry. Good to have you here. Let's go, Houston. Let's go, Houston. Howtow. Let's go, Howtow. Have you guys ever heard that? Howtow? Here's the toss. In the dirt, 2-2. Good take by Doobie. Ken says Eisenhower chose to build the interstate system when he had a choice between the two. Well, you know what? It's a little difficult in America because Americans love to drive so much. And I love to drive. Dubon hits that up the middle. Chisholm backhands it to first, and that's out number 1. Jeremy Pena comes to the plate. I'm telling you, if Americans could just experience and get used to using the high-speed trains, we'd want them. We would definitely want them, but the thing is, we do love to drive. Luckily, I have the best of both worlds right now because I have a car. I have a minivan, and I can also use the trains, the local trains, the buses. I hate the bus, though. The local trains and the high-speed trains, I love to use those, but I don't have much of a use for them because I live in the countryside, so they don't benefit me out here. Woo, that was low and outside. Wow. Pena's shaking his head, and he has a right to do that. Look how terrible this pitch was. That was like 4 inches below the zone on the outside, and Pena's like, are you kidding me? 0-2 is the count. That was a terrible, terrible call by the umpire. I don't want to hear anything from the Yankees crying about the game yesterday because it went both ways, and it's going both ways today. 1-2 in the dirt. Sure it wasn't a strike? Prodigy says Austin Wells is probably blaming Dubon. I'm doing that on purpose. Yes. Boone is going to come out of the dugout yelling at the umpire. The batter fouled it off his mask on purpose. Why didn't you throw him out of the game? 2 balls and 2 strikes to Pena. Sherry says my Jays play the Yanks this weekend. Go Jays. Oh my gosh. Low and outside again, outside the zone. Look at this pitch. I'm not joking. It didn't even touch the zone and called strike 3 on Pena. You see that at his shins. Across his shins, and Pena didn't say anything, but look at... Did you see Espada? Didn't need any lip reading there. That was easy to see. Here we go. Boom, baby. Eh? Oh, I gotta change the... I gotta change it. There we go. Where's it at? Where is it at? Oh, maybe I gotta refresh the screen. I think I gotta refresh my screen. Okay. Darn it. Jordan is at the plate with a 1-1 count. I'm having a little bit of trouble here. 1 second. Okay, there we go. 87 above the zone. There we go. There it is. Boom. Here's the next pitch. Oh, that's crushed to right field. It's gone. Almost an upper decker, but that had a lot of angle on it. Jordan. How about that? No bunt for Jordan this time. The game is tied. Astros' second hit brings them even, not only with the hits, but with runs. It's 1-1. As soon as I get the Jordan emoji into the chat, I was struggling with it. I finally got it into the chat, and Jordan immediately hits a home run. How about that timing? How about that timing? Nice. One to one. Altuve at the plate. Here's the first pitch in the dirt. How about we get a little Altuve snap going on? That'd be nice. Here comes the next pitch to Altuve. He fouls it off. 1-1 is the count. Look at this. Jordan forgot to wave at the bullpen, so he comes back out. He's like, yeah, he's waving out there. That's funny. Yeah, they're like, okay, that's all right. That's all right. It's okay. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Altuve with 2 outs, nobody on. In the dirt, 2-1. Yeah, it's clobbering time. It's clobbering time. Yes, he is. He's definitely a monster, Eric. 100% agree. Even a guy that I know who's a Yankees fan, he said that Jordan is a beast. Here's the pitch. 94 at the top of the zone, fouled off. The count is 2-2 to Altuve. Your daddy, that's right. Ken says, I rented a car in Tokyo, never again. You got to get used to the driving. In the dirt, low and inside, full count. Yeah, it's nice to have the Blue Jay fans in here today. Blue Jay fans, Red Sox fans, maybe even the Tigers fans. I'm sure all of you guys are rooting for the Astros tonight. Here comes the toss. Hey, ball 4. Altuve draws a walk. That was high. First walk of the night for Rodon. That's the home run to Jordan. It was a slider. Stayed a little high. Jordan just punished it. The angle was so high on that, it almost made it into the upper deck. I wore the right shirt today. I put on this shirt today in honor of Jordan Alvarez. Today I got the emoji for Jordan put into the chat, and that's why I put on the shirt today. That was my surprise to all of you because I wanted to get the Jordan. Oh, Altuve is stealing second base. They say they got him. So there was a little bit of a wild pitch there that kind of got away from the catcher, but not nearly as far as Altuve thought. He tried to steal second. Didn't quite work out. He gets tagged out at second. So Correa will be back up in the next inning for another chance at the plate. That's out number 3. That's the end of the inning. 2 hits for the Stros, 2 hits for the Wanks. 1 error for the Wankies. 1-1 is the score. Let me take a look. I need to get caught up on the chat here. Let's see what's going on. Sherry says, let's go Houston. Absolutely. Let's go. And got a couple of Blue Jays fans in the chat. Welcome in. Thanks for rooting for the Stros. Even if we are foes, thanks for rooting for the Stros. Yeah, Route 66 is famous, Ken. You're right about that. I remember that the interstate just killed Route 66, but it is a nostalgic thing. It was really important at the time. Yeah, but Eric, look at you're talking about California. I mean, come on. Their politicians and their leaders are a joke. They do nothing but destroy the state. So that's kind of obvious, right? Oh, man. Yeah, that's right. Those pitches to Pena, those are like garden gnome strikes. Prodigy, you're right about that. Absolutely. 2 garden gnome pitches for strikes. 100% for sure. Yeah, Sherry, you're right. The umps tonight are similar to yesterday. Having a hard time calling, or this ump is having a hard time calling just like yesterday. Chris says, get the umpire to the optometrist. For sure. For sure. Javier's back on the mound. Nice. Stanton hits it in the air on the very first pitch. Walker's underneath it. 1 pitch, 1 out. That's the way to start the inning. 1 down here in the top of the 4th. Jazz Chisholm comes to the plate. Hey, Patrick, good to see you. I see your message. How you doing, big man? I'm doing all right. How about you, sir? Thank you so much for being here. Oh, really? So whenever you get a home run ball, they authenticate it? Do they do that for all of the players? Here's a pitch. That's a strike on the outside edge. So no matter who hits a home run, if it's a opponent or home team, if it's the Astros, do they authenticate all of those home run balls? I would imagine they do. That's pretty cool that they do that. 82 miles an hour right in there. Strike 2. They were showing how Altuve got hit in the head by Jazz Chisholm's knee. How about that? Swing and a miss, strike 3. A 3-pitch strikeout to start off the inning against Jazz Chisholm, who seems to be limping at the plate. Change up below the zone. Alvarez is a mighty, mighty man. What a man, what a man, what a man, what a mighty fine man. What a man, mighty, mighty. Don't really know the song very well. Strike, another strike. 4 straight strikes from Javier. 56 pitches now, and 33 of those are strikes. Here comes the 0-1 to Wells. Nice. 84 at the bottom of the... Whoa! Are you kidding me? Right in the bottom of the zone. Called a ball. That was actually in the zone. So when it's well below the zone, he calls it a strike. When it's in the zone, he calls it a ball. What is with this umpire? 83 miles an hour outside, and that's 2-1. Man, it's like a flip of the coin. Is he going to call it a strike or not? Just flip a coin. It's the same. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Fouled off. 91 on the low and inside corner. 2-2. Eric says my dad's a Dodger fan. I always remind him we got Yordan for Josh Fields. My brother is a Dodgers fan. I grew up with that battle. Nice. 84 miles an hour up and out. Swing and a miss by Austin Wells there. 7 straight batters retired now for Javier. He's settled down a lot. Picks up another strikeout. And that's the end of the 4th. We go to the bottom of the 4th, 1-1. This game is officially reset right now, but the Astros have an opportunity to go ahead in the bottom of the 4th. Let's see who we've got coming up. Correa will be back up at the plate. He's got a nice, strong double already today. He'll be followed by Christian Walker and Yainer Diaz. Let's see if we can get a little South Korea action. I do think I'm going to have to change my emoji. I have an emoji. You type in a word for the emoji, but I think I got to change my word to something else. My secret word for the emoji. It has like a trigger word. Got to change it because it's the same as some other emojis. Let's change it to Yordan. There we go. Let's try that. Did that work? Let me try to refresh it. Yes, now it works. Okay. So if you type what I just typed in the chat, if you type that in the chat, if you're a member, then you can get the Yordan emoji up on the screen. So I got my Air Jordan shirt on today. I don't have an Air Jordan shirt, but I have an Air Jordan shirt. And I took out the old-timey jam emoji and I replaced it with the Air Jordan emoji because I wasn't getting new members, and we're still at 28 members. So instead of waiting for the 30th member, I decided to go ahead and change it out with the old-timey jam emoji. So that's the surprise for today. Chambers says we always root against the Yankees. That's a good thing. Correa on the first pitch, a slider, swing and a miss. 0-1 is the count. Rodon up to 57 pitches now. Here's the next toss. Right in there. 93 miles an hour. Strike 2. Bottom of the 4th. Nobody on. No outs. Leadoff hitter. Here's the 0-2 to Correa. Correa hits it. It's going to be too light. A soft liner to the second baseman, and that's going to be out number 1. Christian Walker due up at the plate. Yeah, I haven't looked at that. How many likes? We've got 100 people watching right now. Should have at least 75 likes on the video, on the live stream. Here's the next pitch. First pitch to Walker is fouled off for strike 1. Got 63 likes and 107 people watching. That's close. We need about 12 more likes at least to get up to where we need to be. So like the live stream if you haven't done so already. Here's the 0-1 pitch. A little above the zone, 1-1 to Walker. I can't imagine. That's an interesting question. Sherry says, think Houston will get an NHL hockey team? I don't think that will ever happen. Swing and a foul tip miss at the top of the zone on the fastball. One ball and 2 strikes to Walker. Ken says back when I went, they did authenticate all team home runs. All home team home runs. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Jeff Kent home run. That's nice. I didn't know that. That's pretty cool to know. 96 fouled off. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The count remains 1 out, nobody on. Fox at bat, good day to you. Thanks for being back. Good to see you. Hey, Daryl. How's it going? Here's the 1-2. Now it's 2-2. That pitch was off the plate. I'm doing all right. Patrick says, love your stream. Thank you, sir. I love you. Mwah. Mama da. That's actually Chinese for like moi. That's like the sound of a kiss. Like we say moi in English, right? In Chinese, it's mama da. Two and two. Here's the pitch to Walker. He grounds it to shortstop, backhanded and lobbed over to first. A long throw. Did it pull him off the base? They say he was able to keep his foot on the bag. Walker's not a speed demon. That's going to be out number 2. Yainer Diaz comes to the plate with 2 outs and nobody on. If that had been Pena or Altuve or Cam Smith, he'd have been safe for sure. Barely. Here comes the toss. 87 on the outside edge. Nice slider. Strike 1 to Diaz. Yeah, Daryl, I agree with you. I don't imagine Houston would ever fund. It would have to be a completely private thing for them to get a hockey rink. It would cost so much money, and there would be almost no interest. I don't think that there would be enough support in Houston for a hockey team. Here's a pitch. 95 miles an hour above the zone. That's actually a pretty good question, though. Would the city of Houston and the people of Houston come closer to funding a soccer stadium or a professional NHL rink? Because there's not a call for either one, really. Here's a 1-2 pitch to Diaz. Fouls it off. Count remains 1-2. That's interesting, Sherry. Back in the 90s. In the dirt. 2-2 to Diaz. 2 outs, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Eric, yesterday's $5 lunch, it turned into $6 because I added a couple of fried eggs. And it was really good. Thank you for asking. I enjoyed it very much. And it was so relaxing because I guess it's because it was a Thursday afternoon. But there were hardly any people in there, and it was so quiet and relaxing. It was nice. I enjoyed it. Thank you. 95. A little inside. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Diaz being a little patient at the plate. Now, are the Astros going to be able to do to Rodon with 2 outs like they were doing to yeah, absolutely. Javier had some trouble earlier, right? Got the 2 outs and then started struggling a little bit. Yainer with the second walk of the game off Rodon. 2 outs and then a walk. He's up to 71 pitches. Cam Smith is due up. Catcher comes out to the mound to have a little chit-chat. Well, yeah, MLS. Yeah, the soccer stadium and the MLS team, Mark, I see what you're talking about, but I guess I have a different perspective on what a soccer team really is. Whenever you live in a place like Asia, or if you spend time in Europe, you have a completely different perspective on what a real soccer team is and a soccer league is. Yes, of course, but to me, these are on different levels. Here's the pitch. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about the MLS stadium because, to be honest, to me the levels and the scale is just insane. It's insanely different. Cam hits that one way, way up in the air. Volpe's underneath it. Is he going to make an error? Luckily for them, he does not. But that's going to be the final out. 1 lobster left on for the Astros. I believe that's 7 total lobsters for the Stros and 3 for the Wanks. Lobsters lost for the Stros so far, 7. 1-1. We're finished with 4 innings. We go to the top of the 5th. Javier will be back on the mound in just a moment. It's funny because when I was a kid, I actually kind of liked the Edmonton Oilers whenever Gretzky was playing with them. But it was because of their colors and their name. Because they were so similar to the Houston Oilers. So it made me like hockey a little more. Stan Sapp with the awesome super chat. Stan says, for the victory tonight, and donates $19.99. Thank you so much, Stan. Stan, you are indeed the man. Thank you for that super chat. Go Stros. Thank you so much, sir, for that awesome super chat. That's the first one of the day, actually. Prodigy, yes. Spam is available in Japan. You can get it in the stores, and you can get it in Costco. And you know what? It is not cheap. It is not cheap. Spam is not cheap in Japan. It is expensive. even if you buy it in Costco, I think the price is just too high. But you know, there are a couple of reasons why some import goods are just too expensive in Japan, because the yen is weak. So importing things, they're naturally going to be higher nowadays. But the other thing is that sometimes some of these products, these foreign products, are viewed as foreign brands or American brands, and because of that, the price is higher. But when I see people spending more money on those, I'm like, what are you doing? Don't you realize those are cheap brands? In America, they're cheap brands. They're not name brands. They're recognizable name brands, but they're not like name brands. You know what I'm saying? They're not the exclusive or nice name brands. They're just cheap name brands. But in Japan and Asia, sometimes they have these brands. It's like, this is an American brand. So just because of that, the price is higher. And I refuse to pay those prices for those things. First pitch from Javier is up and in. Ball 1 to Anthony Volpe. Volpe does have a single today, much to the delight of many Yankees fans. Here comes the toss. 91 miles an hour. It's hit out in right field. Smith is over. Is he going to be able to get it? Oh, he tries to get it, and he runs into the crowd. The ball's into the net. He's not able to get it. A fan gets it. Take a look at, see what happens. Ooh, it was close. So the fans kind of got in the way. Cam had a chance for it, actually. I'll tell you what, if Volpe gets a big hit here, it's going to be the fans' fault. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Mr. Page says that the Edmonton Oilers almost became the Houston Oilers in '98. If that had happened, I think I would have been very interested in that. Even though it's hockey, I'm not a huge hockey guy. That's hit high in the air, put away by Pena. So the Astros get lucky and put away Volpe. No harm, no foul done by the fan. Ryan McMahon comes to the plate with 1 out, nobody on. Hot dog pancakes. Bologna is just hot dog pancakes. That's hilarious. Yiner's walk-up music should be Rock Lobster. I agree with that. That's hit hard. The very first pitch to center field. It's deep. Dubon is back at the wall, and it's gone. I don't know why Dubon jumped up. There was no way to get that one. Ryan McMahon on the very first pitch hits it to dead center field, and that's gone. 2-1 Wanks. The very first pitch. What did he throw? Curveball? Knuckle curve right in the zone. Stayed up. Okay, so it was coming down steep. So Dubon thought he might have a chance, but it went up on the balcony. I was wondering why Dubon jumped. I think it was because it was coming down so sharply. There's another single. Very next pitch. Right up the middle. Grisham, top of the lineup. So the 9th player in the lineup, the 9th hitter in the lineup, gets a homer on 1 pitch. Top of the lineup, Grisham gets a single on the very first pitch. And they're going to have a little meeting on the mound right now because we have 1 out, 1 on. 3 hits now for the Wanks. I'm sorry, 4 hits. 4 hits now for the Yankees. They got the lead back, 2-1. Hey, Gregory, welcome in. Good to see you here. Rusty Gamer, you too. Thanks for being here. Yeah, Dallas does have a big following. I think so. Sarcastic Prodigy says they love Spam in Hawaii. It's popular everywhere. I just don't understand why it's so expensive here. 84 right in there. Strike one to Ben Rice. Runner on first. 0-1 is the count with one out. Ken says, I can't even stand the thought of spam now. In the Army, we would have a can of in our rucksacks because MREs suck. Wow. Look at that. Do you see where that's located? It was called a ball. The ball was 100% in the zone, in the bottom of the zone. 100%. Espada is yelling at the umpire. So it's 4 inches below the zone. He calls a strike. It's 100% in the zone. He calls a ball. This umpire is something else. And there's another single up the middle. First and second with one out. That's 3 straight hits. Cracks starting to show in Javier's facade here in the 5th inning. Umpire's not helping any. Cowboys, is it the Space Cowboys you're talking about? Repurpose the Astrodome for a hockey team. That would cost so much money. I know that they've got ideas and they're talking about remodeling the Astrodome, and they've got several different ideas on what to do with it. But just remodeling it for hockey would be not cost effective. They'd have to make it into a multi-entertainment complex. Judge is at the plate. The first pitch is high for ball one. There's a video online on YouTube. You can probably look it up, where they present all of the main ideas that they have right now for the Astrodome. It's pretty interesting, I think. And the costs vary. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Judge. Swiffer low and outside, ball two. Runners on first and second here in the top of the 5th. The Yankees already have 1 run on the board with a solo homer. Javier has given up 2 more singles. Umpire calls timeout. Reminds Javier to pay attention to Judge. Pay attention to the batter. The count is 2-0 to Judge. 70 pitches for Javier, 42 strikes. Here comes the 2-0 toss. Another Swiffer low and outside. 3 straight balls to Judge. Astros should have somebody warming up in the bullpen right now, but they don't. If he walks Judge right here, we're going to have bases loaded with 1 out to Cody Bellinger. That's no good. Here comes the pitch. And that's in the bottom of the zone for a strike. Surprised that the umpire called that. 3-1. Angel says, I stayed in Sheffield, UK for about 8 months, and I had the opportunity to attend a soccer game, Arsenal versus Manchester. Those fans are crazy. Yes, absolutely. Wow, 80 miles an hour below the zone and called a strike too. That's what we're talking about. They throw it in the bottom of the zone, he calls it a ball. If they throw it below the zone, he calls it a strike. This umpire is something else. He really is. He has a little blank spot there. Here's the full count pitch to Judge. 96 right in the zone, fouls it off. Count remains full. That's one of the things, Angel, the size of the stadiums, the seriousness, the amount of fans, the intensity of the fans. There's just no comparison. That's why I don't think about MLS soccer. It's night and day, the difference. Here comes the full count pitch. A little outside. That's going to be ball 4. Second Judge walk today, and full bases here in the top of the 5th. The crowd boos a little bit, actually. Espada is looking a little annoyed. Josh Miller comes out to have a little chit-chat with Javier. I think it's 1 batter too late. Maybe 2 batters too late. And there's nobody warming up in the bullpen right now. Javier is up to 76 pitches with only 45 strikes. He's got bases loaded with 1 out, and there's nobody warming up in the bullpen. Now we have somebody. Enio De Los Santos just started throwing. Finally. Mark says that Doobie thought he could activate his go-go gadget legs, but they malfunctioned. Yeah. I was wondering why I was like, why did he try to jump if that ball was so high up the wall? But it was because it was coming down at such a sharp angle. He thought maybe it would miss that balcony. But yeah, he missed it because of his go-go gadget malfunction. 95, a little high. Cody Bellinger at the plate. 1-0 is the count. Ronaldo wants to know, why are they letting Javier pitch? It's my question. As he singles, Cody Bellinger singles into right field. That's going to score 1 run. 3-1. 5 straight batters reach base on Javier. That one stays up. And right through the hole on the right side. Bases remain full with 1 out. And they're finally going to pull him out. That's pretty sad. 8 batters retired in a row by Javier. And then 5 batters in a row get on base. Enyel De Los Santos is doing his prayers as he comes in from the bullpen. Let's hope God hears your prayers, Mr. De Los Santos. He comes in and gets a 1-pitch double play. So we can say, in your face, Enyel De Los Santos. In your face. That's what I want to see. Yeah, Sherry, I see your comment. We got spoiled in the Favre years. That's right. Absolutely. That's how a lot of Astros fans are now. You know, whenever we were at the height from the first 2 championships, constantly winning the division, winning the league. Astros fans got a little entitled. Not everybody, but too many. And so that attitude has been coming out this year. I noticed that I started my live streaming in summer of last year, and I didn't experience it as much as this year because my channel is much bigger now than it was last year. Still a small channel, but the interaction that I've had in the live chat with a bunch of different people, in combination with all of the comments that I see on the other live videos that I watch, the podcasts that I watch, and the comments sections of the other videos that I watch, I see a lot of judging and emotional and entitled attitudes. And it's like, man, when did the Astros fan base develop this type of culture? Kind of toxic. It comes from winning, you know. De Los Santos is on the mound. Base is loaded, facing Giancarlo Stanton. They call a timeout. Timer violation on De Los Santos. That's ball 1. He stops him from his first pitch. So right as he goes to throw his first pitch, he has to stop. It's 1-0. Giancarlo Stanton at the plate with bases loaded and 1 out. Here in the top of the 5th, this right here will probably decide the outcome of the game. Here's the pitch. That's in there. 96 miles an hour, strike 1. 1-1 is the count. I wish I had a Warren Moon jersey. That would be awesome. I always wanted one. 96 in the bottom of the zone. Fouled off. 1-2. De Los Santos comes right back. First 2 pitches. Strike. Oh, yeah, Sherry. I actually liked the Braves very much. Even though I've always been an Astros fan. They just had some players that I really, really liked. Great pitchers. They had a couple of really great players back in the day. Strike 3. Look at that. Just a cheap little half swing. 97 miles an hour, up and out, strike 3. De Los Santos on 3 straight pitches strikes out Stanton. Boom. Look at that. Roid Rage strikeout. Nice. 2 down. Next batter at the plate is Jose Caballero. Caballero batting for Chisholm. 97 outside, ball 1. Chisholm has been taken out of the game in favor of Caballero. That's an interesting decision. Very interesting decision. Some people say pull out Volpe and put in Caballero. Here comes a 1-0 pitch. Ooh, 90 mile per hour slider, just a little down. Ball 2. 2-0. Yeah, Angel, I'm kind of with you on that. Michael Jordan was the entire reason why I really cared about the last main reason I cared about the NBA. 97. Woo! Up and out. Called a strike. Could have been a ball. 2-1 is the count. I followed the Rockets until they got their championships. But, you know, just after that, I just stopped caring. The NBA changed, you know. Here's a 2-1 pitch to Caballero. 96, did he go? They say he didn't. That's 3-1. All we need is 1 out. Here comes a 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 97. Right above the top of the zone. Full count. Huge pitch right here for the Astros and for De Los Santos. Come on. De Los Santos has got a cannon for an arm. I think he can do it. Caballero takes a timeout for a moment. He steps back into the box. Full count with 2 outs. Bases loaded. Pitch timer violation. And that's going to walk in a run. That was strange. Caballero called timeout. Caballero called timeout and stayed out of the batter's box for a long time, and he got back in late to the batter's box before De Los Santos could deliver a pitch. They called a timer violation on him. Espada came out to argue about it. That's not going to change anything. 4-1, Yankees on a pitch timer violation. The umpire, once again, the umpire. It's on the umpire. Austin Wells at the plate. New count. New batter. Swing and a miss. 89 low and inside. The umpires are just giving this game to the Yankees right now. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Below the zone. 1-1. Yeah, Fox at bat. I don't always agree with Espada's managing of his pitchers. He could improve in that area a lot, I think. 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. 88 mile per hour changeup, low and outside. Good toss. 1-2 is the count. Espada looks pretty ticked right now. Earlier, he was smirking like this is ridiculous, and now he's angry. Let's see if he just blows one by him. 100 miles an hour, swing and a miss. High fastball. Here comes the toss. 87 below the zone on the changeup. 2-2 is the count. Yep, rinse and repeat, Tony. That's right. They can come back. Here's a 2-2 pitch from De Los Santos. 97 miles an hour. Popped up on the left side. Correa's underneath it and puts it away for out number 3. In your face! What in the world is going on? In your face, baby. So the umpires help out the Yankees a little bit, not just with the pitch calls, but with the fake timer violation calls. They wind up getting 3 runs in the 5th inning. I think that 2 of those runs are on the umpires. Only one of those runs really deserve to be plated. But that means that the Astros are going to have to hit the ball. They've only got 2 hits. 1 run thanks to Jordan's homer. It sure would have been nice if we had some lobsters on base whenever Jordan came up, but it is what it is. Alejandro's right. The timer violation was BS. But it's nice that the inning is finally over. Bottom of the 5th coming up. Rodon with 76 pitches. Let's see if the Astros can get to him this inning. Assuming he's still on the mound, I would imagine that he is. But then again, you got Boone as their manager. You never know what he's going to decide. He pulled out their pitcher yesterday way too early, in my opinion. But whatever. I'll be right back. Just a second. All right. Before I can even get back, Urias is down 0-2. Rodon is still on the mound. Here's the next toss. 94 fouled off. I wish, Tony. Tony says Devin Williams and Duvall come in again. Another blow up and meltdown for the Yankees. Oh, man. Can you imagine how much the fans would explode online? That's in the dirt. 1-2 to Urias. Bottom of the 5th. Four to 1 Yankees. They only have 6 hits with those 4 runs. Pretty efficient. This one's hit out into right field. Is it going to drop? It does, but it's just foul. Just barely missed a hit there. Urias will head back to the plate with a 1-2 count. I'm going to pour myself a second cup of coffee. This one will be 2.0, the weak version. 81 pitches now for Rodon. Dubon is on deck. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. High, 2-2. Good take. Calls a timeout. Here's the 2-2 pitch. That's hit high in the air on the infield. Second baseman and first baseman are over. First baseman takes it. Urias goes down. One away. Doobie comes to the plate. 0 for 1 today with a ground out. Batting .250, an even .250 for the season. 7 home runs. 8 is a better number. Doobie, don't you think? Here comes the toss. 95 on the outside edge. Wow. All right. Thought that was going to be a strike, but it was a ball. Fine by me. Call them both ways. Right? Here comes a 1-0 pitch. High and outside, 2-0. Here comes the next pitch. Low and inside, 3-0. Ronaldo, I don't see the logic there. Just because there are 2 timer violations doesn't mean that it's automatically the pitcher's fault. I don't understand the logic there. That's like saying because a driver gets 2 tickets, it's definitely not the policeman's fault. Just because you get a ticket doesn't mean you actually did anything wrong or that it's your fault. And if you get it twice, does that mean that it's definitely your fault? That's in there for a strike. I don't understand the logic. If you can explain it to me, maybe I can understand better. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Swing and a foul tip miss. Full count. Sweet Richard, do you have anything constructive to add to the chat? You still haven't said anything positive. It's been weeks since you've said anything positive. If you can say something positive, it'd be nice to see it. This is grounded to Volpe at short, and he fires it over to first. Out number 2, and that's the top of the batting order now, with the Flash coming to the plate, Jeremy Pena. Pena was screwed by the umpire heavily his last at bat. 2 egregious calls. Wound up with a strikeout. Let's see if he can learn from that experience and improve this time. He taps this one to Volpe, who fires. He stumbles and he makes a terrible throw to first base. There we go. There's that Volpe we all love. A bouncer to Volpe, and he fumbles it for a second, and then he makes a terrible throw to first base. They call him safe at first. He hustled down to first base. The Yankees are going to take a look at it. Yeah, he fumbled it out of his glove. He looks safe. Yankees are going to challenge immediately. They're going to challenge. Oh. Okay, it looks like it might be overturned. From that angle, he looks out. That's going to be out number 3. The Yankees are already heading to the dugout. They're pretty sure that's going to be overturned. Volpe's already in the dugout, man. I mean, it looks like it's going to be overturned. That's what it looks like. Yeah, it's overturned. He's out. So Pena didn't beat it. He almost beat it. From the first angle, it looked like he got there in time. But the first baseman made a good catch. Volpe fumbled the ball, and he made a terrible throw to first base. He almost got charged with an error. If not for the first baseman, that would have been an error. Man, we can depend on Volpe to make those errors, and he did. He got lucky and didn't get charged with one because the first baseman saved his butt. That's it for the 5th inning. 4-1 Wanks. We go into the top of the 6th. Astros down by 3. Daryl says that I'm the best play-by-play he's ever seen. I'm the best. That's amazing, considering that I just started my live play-by-play last year, and I've only been doing it full-time this year. Last year I didn't start until summer, and even then, for those of you who were with me last year, I was in school. I was in Japanese language school, and I was also really struggling with my health. I mean, I'm still battling my health issues, but it was really different last year. I'm telling you, last year was well, I don't know. The past 3 years, I haven't had what you would call a good year. I have moments, maybe sometimes if I'm lucky, I have weeks or a couple of months. They're not as bad as others. But when I was in school last year, oh man, I was teaching English in the evenings, and in the afternoons I was doing either school or homework and studying Japanese, and then I was trying to do the Astros games in the mornings, but sometimes I couldn't do the Astros games because I had to go to school. So I was juggling a lot, and with my health condition, I was still going to see the doctor every month. I was taking some new medication. It was a struggle for me. Looks like they got a pitch comm issue. The umpire's going to come out and check it out. He doesn't even have a receiver. He didn't even have a receiver. His hat didn't have a receiver in it. He didn't realize it. There's supposed to be a receiver in the hat, and he didn't realize that the receiver wasn't in the hat. So he had to say, "Hey, wait, I don't have a receiver." Okay. He says we're okay now. That's funny. But they're going to give him a timer violation anyway for coming out to the mound without the receiver. 1-0 pitch, and that's fouled off. 1-1. That's another. Now that one is on. I don't know. I mean, I guess that one's on De Los Santos because you didn't check to see if it was in your hat. But who's responsible for that? Don't we have an equipment guy for that? Isn't the equipment guy responsible for putting the receiver in the hat? I would think so. Fouled off. The count remains 1-2. Ghost throws equals Jesus. What in the world is wrong with you, sweet Richard? Here's the pitch. That's hit over to the right side. Urias throws him out at first base for 1 away. See ya, sucker. Volpe goes down. Ryan McMahon comes to the plate. Another great at bat would have been Dubon fouling it off of Austin's mask again. That's funny, Prodigy. Swing and a miss by McMahon. 0-1 is the count. Here comes the next pitch. 97 just above the zone. They say he did not swing. 1-1 is the count. Yeah, it seems like I agree with Tony. Brewers look like a lock for best record in the MLB. Yeah, they seem untouchable. Here comes a 1-1 pitch. De Los Santos puts that one on the outside edge. It looked a little outside, but you know that umpire, the way he's coming at the pitches is quite offensive to me. Wow. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ooh, foul tip right in the glove of Diaz. He couldn't hang on to it, so he stays alive. 1-2. Yeah, Volpe has almost as many errors as home runs. That's funny, Sherry. Mark says, bye, sweet Richard, you're in timeout. I put Richard in timeout several times. That's a ground ball to Correa. He throws to first base to get the out. That's 2 away. Trent Grisham is due up. Good job, South Korea. Well, they called it a timer violation, Gregory, but it wasn't really a timer violation. He walked out on the mound and didn't realize that there was no pitch comm in his hat. But I have to ask the question, whose job is that to put the pitch comm in the hat? Don't they have an equipment guy for that? I would think so. So is that his fault? I don't know. That's my question. Maybe somebody knows the details of that better than I do. 0-1 is the count to Grisham. 2 outs, nobody on. Here's the next toss. Woo, 98 right in the top outer corner. That was a good pitch, but called a ball. 1-1 is the count. Thank you, Daryl. I'm glad to be with you also. Glad for you to be here. Should have gone old school. That would have been funny. Ask him to drop some fingers, right? Alvarez gets underneath this hit into left field, and he puts it away for out number 3. Grisham flies out. Easy 1-2-3 inning. Other than the ridiculous pitch clock violations in the last inning, De Los Santos has been pretty solid for the past 5 batters. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Astros down by 3. Alvarez is going to lead it off, followed by Altuve and Correa. In that order. Charlie says the pitch clock and the weird scheduling has ruined the game. Pre-23 baseball was better. A lot of teams struggle with consistency. You know, I will say this. I'll say this, Charlie. If you know anything about Japanese baseball in Japan, when you look at it from a how the game is played perspective, it's much more traditionalist, much more like traditional baseball. The major difference that I've noticed is that they won't let a game go beyond a certain number of innings. So if 2 teams are tied after about maybe 12 innings or so, it ends in a tie. There is no someone has to win idea. So they didn't go with the put the runner on second base, you know, in extra innings. They didn't go with that. They have not followed the MLB on that. And they also don't do the old school play until somebody wins. They don't do that either. Instead, they do the logical thing, in my opinion, which is they give them a certain number of innings, and if a team hasn't won, they end in a tie. Why not? Why not? I don't see the problem with that. What's the point in having a game go on for like 25 innings? You know? And, you know, the MLB's first pitch to Jordan is a swing and a miss, low and outside on the slider. Yeah, the MLB's solution was, hey, let's just put a guy on second base, and maybe that will end the games quicker. Well, it does, but I don't think it's a good solution. I would rather them just limit the innings and let them end in a tie. Because they're forcing somebody to win. But if the teams are clearly kind of even in that game, just let it be a tie. 88 right in there. The count is now 1-2. Jordan took the second pitch for a ball, but that third pitch is right in there. 1-2. Uh-oh, Jordan is licking his lips. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Opposite field, right through. Jordan is easily going to get to first, maybe second. Yes! He strolls to second base. Jordan Alvarez goes opposite field right through the big hole on the third base side. And there is nobody over there. He just rolls it out there. Look at this. On the outside edge, off the end of the bat. He just pokes it through that big hole. Nice slow roller. There is nobody out there. No left fielder. No third baseman. How about that? Lead off double. And my hero, Jose Altuve, comes to the plate. My personal hero. We need the Altuve snap right now. Ooh, of course Altuve swings and loses his helmet on the first pitch. 0-1. No outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Come on, Altuve. I believe in you, bro. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Low and inside, ball 1. The count's even. Yeah, Prodigy, you're right. It is silly. You get a ball called on you because you don't have equipment. You know, that, I don't know. Fouled off by Altuve, a bouncer to the Yankees dugout. Come on, Altuve, you're playing the Yankees. Do you remember that? You're playing the Yankees. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Yordan on second base. Rode on up to 97 pitches. Here's the 98th. Altuve lines it. It's going to... Oh, he drops it. They're going to say no catch. They're going to say safe. Look at that. There was a liner that was bounced. It looked like it bounced in the dirt. Boone is going to say he might want to review it. He caught it and he went to pull it out of his glove and he dropped it. Now Boone is going to come out and argue. Let's see what happened. Look at this. This was a line drive that he caught. And he tried to bring it out of his glove. Now the umpire is going to say that's not a catch. So now the crew is going to talk about it. Is that a catch? Did he secure it after he caught it? Take a look at this again. Yeah, they have to decide if he secured that catch first. Yeah, Boone is coming right back out because they're going to say the call on the field stands. He did not secure the catch. Altuve is safe and it's not reviewable. So Boone is going to come out and argue. And they're saying already that he's probably going to get tossed again. Altuve's on first base. Yordan is on second. No outs. I think it's a good call, though, because he didn't really secure the catch. The ball wasn't completely secured. It was actually fumbling before it ever came out of his glove. So Walker is at the plate. No, I'm sorry, Correa. He chops one to short. It might be a double play. And no, the throw is no good to first base. Alvarez is going to score. How about that? Should have been an easy double play. Altuve is thrown out at second. The throw goes to first. Another missed throw goes by the first baseman. That's the second error this inning. Charge to the Yankees. Look at this. Easy play at second base. Bad throw at first. Joe Espada is going to say he wasn't on the bag at second base. The Astros might be safe all around. Yeah, take a look at this. So the throw is going to be an error on Caballero. Houston is going to challenge the out call at second base because they're going to say that Caballero's foot was not on the bag when he had the ball. This might be a double error. How about that? What a game. Ronaldo, your comments about the timer violation and all of that stuff. Let's take a look at this. I don't know. I don't think they're going to overturn that. I think he's going to be out. I don't think the Astros is going to win this call, but we're going to have a runner on first with 2 outs probably. Still 4-2 Astros. But Ronaldo, I'm not interested in debating with you. Don't debate with me in the chat. You're missing my point. You're not trying to reach an understanding here. What you're trying to do is convince me of your rightness, and I'm not interested in that. So I'm putting you in timeout because I don't do bickering. Putting you in timeout for the next 24 hours. I'm just not interested in bickering with people in the chat. If you want to have a discussion, then it's fine. But when you're just trying to be right, then I have no need to comment with you any further. They're still discussing it. They're taking a really long time to review it. They're saying that Altuve might have more than 9 lives if he's called safe again. Okay, they say he's out. I thought so. There wasn't enough to overturn that. The crowd boos, but once again, you have to have clear and convincing evidence, right? It has to be clear and convincing evidence to overturn it. And there wasn't. So I'm 2 for 2 on my review calls. But that's 3 errors. 3 errors. Second error of this inning on the Wanks. Now they're going to have a meeting on the mound. That's actually 1 out. I thought it was 2 outs, but that's 1 out. Correa on first base. Walker due up. They just had a little meeting on the mound to discuss what they're going to do here. How about Walker? You tie it up, man. Now it's time to thump. You've been striking out. It's time to thump. He does have a fly out and a ground out today, so he is putting the bat on the ball. This is the 100th pitch of the game for Rodon. Oh, he went after it. 96 miles an hour on the outside. Strike 1. Sarcastic Prodigy says, it looks like he was on the bag. Why do they challenge that? I agree with you, Prodigy. It looked to me like there was no way to overturn that. Why did they challenge? I guess they were hoping. Because it looked like he came off. You know, they have a limited amount of seconds to make a decision if they want to challenge or not. And after that, they cannot make the challenge. So they have to decide quickly. That's why. I mean, it's a difficult situation to be in. You got to quickly try to look at the review and then decide if you want to do the challenge. You only have a few seconds to decide. After that, you can't make the challenge anymore. So there's a little pressure to make the decision pretty quick. Here comes the 0-2 pitch to Walker. He rips it down the third baseline foul. The count remains 0-2. I'm not going to blame Espada for making the challenge there. You know, it's worth it. You didn't have any outs. And it would have been nice to keep that runner on second. It looked like his foot came off the bag, and that's why they made the decision. So I'm not going to say it's a bad challenge. They just didn't have much time to think about it or take a look at it. 96 in the dirt. 1-2 to Walker. Yeah, that's right, Alan. Thanks so much. 121 viewers. How many do we have right now? 122? 88 likes. Awesome. Thanks for the likes on the live stream, everyone. Hey, Abel, welcome in. We can still get this. Absolutely. Walker goes down, strikes out. Well, we still got more innings. but we could have used a big hit from Walker right there. That's out number 2. Correa is on first base. 3 hits for the Astros. We've got 1 run on the board this inning, but we need 2 more to tie it up. How about an opposite field smack from Yiner? Come on, Yiner. Give him a shiner. Here's the pitch. He goes after the first pitch, fouls it back, strike 1. Yeah, Tony, you're right. Bad news bears are gold glovers compared to the Stanks. 89 in the dirt. 1-1 is the count. Come on, Yiner. Alan Walker should be in the batter's box. Christian Walker in the chat. That's right. I'll take that trade, especially for that last at bat. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Ooh, swing and a foul tip miss. Caught by the catcher, and that's 1-2. Come on, Yiner. Yes, he does, Alejandro. Diaz needs an opposite field homer. Some kind of bad. 106 pitches. Here's the 108th. This one gets away from the catcher, but Correa cannot advance. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 108 pitches now for Rodon. The 109th coming up in just a moment with the 2-2 count. I wouldn't say that challenge was wasted. I think it was worth a try. Here's the pitch. Hit hard to center field, right center. It's back. Is it going to be playable? Yes, it is. Right at the wall. Are you kidding me? Right in front of the bullpen. Diaz almost gets that opposite field homer that I was calling for. It just needed another 10 feet. That's why they call it a game of inches. But you know what? Once again, horseshoes and hand grenades in baseball almost is just not enough. You got to get it or not. Almost is not good enough. The Astros get 1 run. After all of that nonsense, they only get 1 run. So much drama in 1 inning, and the Astros only get 1 run on the board. That's disappointing. But you know what? It is what it is, right? It is what it is. Am I? Yeah, I'm rolling on my on my microphone cable. That's not good. There we go. Let me move that over there. That's better. That's better. All right. We are done with 6 innings, guys and gals. 6 innings, completely done. You notice that I don't have my background on today because I want to change my background. I haven't had a chance to do it. I need to update it. And I haven't updated it yet, so I just decided to leave it off today. No big deal. 7th inning coming up, the top of the 7th. Ben Rice will lead it off, followed by Aaron Judge and Cody Bellinger. Alan says, I think Walker and Diaz are the 2 batters I at least want at the plate during critical moments. What does that say? A lot, unfortunately. Yep. You know what? There's a reason why they're called the drive killers. They are the number, or you could say rally killers. Christian Walker and Yiner Diaz are literally the #1 drive killers in the lineup. They absolutely are. There's the data is where I get that from. It's from the data. It's not an opinion. It's just what the data says. Craig Kimbrell is on the mound for the Astros. Ben Rice at the plate. Here's the first toss. Up and in. Ball 1. Come on, Astros. Let's goes. 1-0 is the count. Here comes the pitch. In the dirt. 2-0. Yeah, Diaz and Walker have had some weak shots, right? Just short. Just not putting enough thump on it. Yeah, I thought it was gone at first, too. 84 miles an hour right in there. Strike one. 2-1 to Ben Rice. Sherry says, what? Oh! That's my feeling. Yeah, Gregory, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, I think either way, it's fine. Some people think that was a wasted challenge, and some people say that it was, it was worth a try. I think it's a coin toss. So your opinion on it is just as valid as mine. I'm looking at it from an overall point of view, which is they have a limited time to try to take a quick look and decide if they want to challenge. They have a very small amount of time to let the umpire know that they want to challenge. And so they have just a fraction of a few seconds really to look at the replay and decide if they want to challenge. So it's not like they have an unlimited amount of time. Swing and a miss. Look at that. On the 2-2 pitch, a swing and a miss on the outside. Ben Rice goes down. That's out number 1. Nice fastball, but way off the plate. I don't know why Rice went after it, but we'll take it. The crowd is booing. That must mean Aaron Judge is at the plate. Here's the first pitch to Judge from Kimbrel. 95 up and in, ball 1. Yeah, Sherry, Rodon will definitely be out. There's no way. He's up to like 110 pitches. A little bit of a issue with the pitch comm. It looks like Kimbrel has it worked out now. Yep, Tony, seems a little similar. Maybe the Astros will have the same thing, right? They start scoring 1 run here. They got the 1 run on the board now. They'll run it up in the next inning, right? Here comes the 1-0 pitch in the dirt and outside, 2-0. Well, Daryl, yesterday I thought we might unload late, and we started to unload a little earlier than usual, or than I expected. So we were able to come back yesterday. Maybe we can do that again today. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Outside again, 3-0. Kimbrel, I almost said Crimble. Was this Crimbus? Craig Kimbrel not pitching to Judge properly. 3 straight balls. Here comes the 10th pitch to 3-0. That's in there on the outside edge for a strike. Alejandro agrees. Arigato. Tony says, I pray Duvall or Devin Williams in next. Yeah, that's what the Astros fans want. 93, low and outside. Not surprising walk to Judge. Kimbrel didn't really want to put it in there. Why not just go ahead and intentionally walk him? If you're not really going to pitch to him, why waste your arm? You know what I'm saying? Judge goes to first with 1 out. Bellinger comes to the plate. I mean, I can't say for sure that Kimbrel was not wanting to pitch to him, but it sure did look like it. And if he was not wanting to pitch to him, why not just intentionally walk him? Here's the first pitch to Bellinger. Judge is stealing. Here's the throw. Is he out? Yes, they get him. Aaron Judge being a little saucy there, trying to steal in the very first pitch, but Diaz throws him out. Woo! Barely got it on his hand there. If Judge has had his hand down, look at that. If Judge had had his hand down, he would have been safe. This is hit out into left field. Bellinger with the fly ball. Jordan gets under it for out number 3. There we go. It winds up being a 3 up and 3 down inning. That was a nice little smile from Kimbrel, patting Diaz on the butt for that nice throw out. eliminating the base runner and helping them to get out of the inning. All right. Turned into a nice inning for Kimbrel. That's the end of the top of the 7th. Bottom of the 7th coming up. We'll see who's going to be on the mound for the Yankees. Can't imagine Rodon coming out with 110 pitches under his belt. Mr. Page, you know what? I've been saying for a long time now that exact thing. Putting Diaz and Walker behind each other. Now, I understand that you're trying to make your batting lineup right-handed heavy because of the pitcher that's on the mound. But number one, it hasn't changed anything for the Astros this game to have a bunch of right-handed batters. They're still dealing with their systemic issues. And Christian Walker, Yainer Diaz are statistically the number one rally killers on this team. It's just a fact. It's not an opinion. It's just a fact. Why do they put them back to back? I have no idea. I really don't. Gregory says, I just hope something doesn't go the Yankees' way and the Astros need that challenge later. Yeah, I understand, but I think their thinking at that time was, you know, that number one, they didn't have a lot of time to make the decision, and number two, we didn't have any outs, and to keep that guy on second base and that potential runner in scoring position was very important. So in the heat of the moment, they pulled the trigger. So I can't be upset about that. They were trying to preserve that runner. But I think if you had been the coach and you decided not to challenge it, I would have supported the same. And like I said, I'm kind of in the middle on it. I'm not against it or for it. So I think in that situation, if Espada had decided not to challenge it, I would have supported that just the same. Either way, I supported the call because I understand that they don't have much time to challenge it, and you really want to keep that runner on second, but at the same time, you don't want to lose your challenge, right? So, challenge it or not, I support it either way. Weaver, is this Luke Weaver? He's on the mound. Sanchez is hitting. He hits this one out to left field. It's right in the corner. Stanton won't get there. Sanchez going after that first pitch and hitting it almost all the way to the Crawford boxes there. Sanchez is batting for Cam Smith. Why didn't you... Well, never mind. I know the answer to that question. Hey, Gregory, thank you so much, sir. Hope this helps, brother, with the $5 super chat, he says. Thank you so much, Gregory. You're awesome, bro. Arigato. Thank you so much. 0-1 count to Jesus Sanchez on the way from Weaver. A little inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Let's go, Buddy Sanchez. Let's go, Buddy Sanchez. Here's a pitch in the dirt. Here's a lineup of taking pitches and wearing out the pitchers. He had a lot of patience at the plate. Trying to get my connection back. I lost my connection to the game. 1 second as I reload. But the other thing is that the Astros has systemic hitting issue problems. Hey, look at that! Sanchez hits a home run while once again. Can you believe that? My screen goes freezing again on another home run. That's 3 days in a row. Sanchez hits a home run. What is the deal with the MLB TV system right now? 3 days in a row, there's a home run. Buddy Sanchez with a home run, and it freezes the feed. Why? What is the deal? Yesterday and the day before, in every single game when there's been a home run, it has frozen my feed of the game. Urias is at the plate, swings at the first pitch low. This game is a one-run game, 4-3. But yeah, what I was saying earlier, Alejandro, is that the Astros have systemic hitting issues that they need to fix. 92 at the bottom of the zone, swing and a miss, 0-2. No outs, nobody on. 4-3, the Astros with 4 hits. One big one this inning. It's a one-run game. Crowd is a little more lively than before. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Urias swings and misses, up and inside. 3-pitch strikeout. Weaver strikes him out quick. Here's that pitch to Sanchez that we missed. 96 fastball in the bottom of the zone, and he went out to the Crawford boxes. Sure enough, opposite field. You know, the very first pitch, he fouled it. He pointed at the dugout, then he pointed at the bullpen. Sanchez went after the first pitch and hit it out into that corner close to the Crawford boxes, and then he completed the set by putting it into the Crawford boxes. Taylor Trammell is now in the game, batting for Dubon. Come on, pull the tram out of the station. Here's the first toss from Weaver. Wow, he fouled that one off. Pretty hard swing, but fouls it away. 0-1. Sanchez most likely will stay out in right field, and Trammell in center field after this inning. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Oof. 89 changeup below the zone, swing and a miss, 0-2. Astros have a couple of people. Jaden Murray warming up in the Astros bullpen. I don't have a portrait for him yet. Caleb Ward also out in the pen. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Come on, Trammell. Bring the tram. Low, ball 1-2. Yeah, Alan, you're right. So much potential, but always found a way to kill momentum. Diaz and Walker. That's right. That's the way they're playing right now. That's true. Here's the 1-2. Outside. Check swing. Good take by Trammell. 2-2. Eric says, don't think I've ever seen a tag on the hand that wasn't reaching for the base on the slide. Weird. Yeah, you don't see that very often. Manuel, it was because of the disconnect earlier. There was a disconnection problem. I don't know why. 96 low and outside. Trammell starts yelling and he gets tossed. Did he just toss him? Oh, I thought he tossed Trammell. No, he threw a ball to the pitching mound. Look at this. He calls strike 3 and he throws a ball out to the mound. He thought it was out number 3. What a strange umpire. The umpire thought it was out number 3. It was out number 2, and he throws a ball to the mound. What a weirdo. This umpire's something else. Jeremy Pena's at the plate, fouls off the first pitch. Trammell gets called out on strike 3 on a pitch that was outside the zone. Good at bat by Trammell, but shut down by the umpire again. And then the umpire thinks it's out number 3 and throws a ball out of the mound. What a fool. With all due respect, what a fool. With all due respect, you are a fool, sir. That's outside, way outside. 1-1 to Pena. Come on, Flash. Tie it up. We need you, baby. Ignore the umpire and do your thing. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Weaver. That's hit into left field, over the head and against the wall, off the left field wall. Pena's going to have to stop at first base, but he was about 8 feet shy, or 8 feet high, short of a homer. He bounces it off the scoreboard in left field. And Yordan Alvarez is going to come up with a flash on base. It's our chance to take the lead. Man, I'm missing a lot of stuff in the chat. There's a lot going on in the game right now. As far as I know, they are definitely building a stadium in Las Vegas for the A's. Timeout taken. Yordan at the plate. Air Yordan, baby. Let's get those emoticons in the chat. A home run already today and a double for your daddy. Here's the first pitch. He rips it through the right side. It's going to get through. Pena's going to go to third. No, he didn't. Oh, I thought for sure he would head to third. Back-to-back hits. We have runners on first and second with 2 outs. Luke Weaver. Yordan 3 for 4. Look at that. Astros commentators think that it was hit too hard for Pena to think about going to third, but I don't know about that. He should have made the turn just to make him make the throw. And you know what? They're not gonna let him continue. They're gonna pull him out. Altuve's due up, and they're not gonna let him pitch to Altuve. That's it. Luke Weaver is done. Pretty interesting. Superman Jose Altuve due at the plate with 2 runners on and 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Astros already have 1 run on the board. Just waiting for that Altuve snap. Waiting for it. Yes, you're right. Trammell and Sanchez have been more consistent than Walker and Diaz. It's true. In this series, that's correct. Well, Tony Dreamweaver, as you call him, he's definitely set the table for disaster. Gregory says you're welcome for a comeback. That's right. Alejandro says I knew it. Hey, Glenn. 99 likes, who will be number 100? That's a good question. I wonder if it was you. 63 likes. Let me update my screen here. We'll see. That's definitely not right. Hey, 101 likes, 145 people watching. That's awesome. That's good. I'll take that ratio as long as we get to 100. Recent streams have not been as good. I think I've been in Japan too long. I almost said recent streams. Oh no, my English is getting affected. My English has become infected or affected. Maybe both. By my time in Asia, especially in Japan. All right. Recently instead of recently. They have a hard time with the difference. It's a very Japanese thing. Altuve is doing a little bit of study about this new pitcher. Who's the pitcher for the Wanks? It's Fernando Cruz. Here's the pitch. 80 on the outside edge, swing and a miss. I believe that Altuve grounded out to this guy yesterday. Let's see if he can get a big hit today. I know that he can. 0-1 pitch on the way. 2 runners on with 2 outs. 81 low and outside. They say he didn't swing. 1-1 is the count. Altuve definitely needs this one. Absolutely, for sure. Yeah, Eric says infested. Yes, that's right. Infested. Yeah. That's right. Here's the pitch. A little low and inside. Woo! Altuve gets lucky there. 2 balls and 1 strike. Jay Paul says if Altuve hits a home run, he's buying the breakfast today for $5. Thank you, sir. If somebody wants to toss in a couple of extra dollars on top of that, then I can go for the extra eggs. Here's a pitch on the soup bar. Low and outside. 3-1. Correa on deck. Look at this. Correa waiting, just waiting for his opportunity. But what is Altuve going to do? Is he going to homer? Is he going to walk? Here's the 3-1 toss. 94 right in there. Taken for strike 2. Full count. Of course it's got to be a full count, right? Altuve calls timeout. He wants to think about it. Altuve being incredibly patient. Come on, Altuve. You are the man. You can do it. Here comes the full count pitch from Cruz. Waggling the bat. Swing and a miss. 81-mile-per-hour splitter right down the middle. Fernando Cruz thinks that he's the man. He's yelling and screaming about how awesome he is because he gets one out. And he's still yelling. These guys that do that, it's not a World Series game. That's all the Astros get, 1 run. But we've been chipping away. 1 in the 3rd, 1 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th. And we're only 1 run down. The Yankees have gotten almost all of their runs in 1 inning. 4-3 the score remains. 6 hits for each team, but 3 big errors. Should be more for the Yankees. You're right, Alan. I agree with you. That was a Crawford box pitch. Can't believe that Altuve didn't hit that last ball. Really can't believe it. It was right in the zone. Right in the zone. It was not a good pitch, in my opinion. Right in the zone, just a little bit of movement, and Altuve couldn't get the bat on it. So sad. So sad. Down 1. Yeah, Alejandro, that was right there. Maybe Altuve just wasn't expecting that pitch. Maybe he got around on it too early. That's probably what happened. He was expecting maybe a fastball. And he just wasn't prepared for it, and that's why he missed it. Goodness gracious. Well, I didn't get my my extra Altuve lunch money. Or breakfast money, all day breakfast money. But that's okay. Whoa. Didn't mean to bump the computer there. Hey Elvis, welcome in. Hello from Colombia. Greetings from East Hiroshima, my friend. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, Alan and Alejandro, you guys are on the same page as I am. He must have been sitting on something else. I think so too, because that pitch was just too easy for Altuve to hit. He must have been really expecting a fastball. He just didn't get it. Caleb Ward is on the mound for the Astros. First pitch is below the zone, 96 miles per hour. He's facing Giancarlo Stanton, who's 0 for 3 today. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. 95, foul tip right in the glove of Diaz. 1-1. Yeah, it's possible. If the Astros do a little bit in the bottom of the 9th, he'll definitely get a chance in the... Or, I'm sorry, in the bottom of the 8th, he'll definitely get a chance in the 9th. If they need it. They might not need to even bat in the 9th. That one misses for ball 2. 2-1. Here's the toss. Way outside and low. The Swiffer misses completely. 3-1. Alan wants to know if we're walking off again tonight. I kind of get that feeling we might. I wouldn't mind a walk-off in this game. It's been a close game, you know. Astros have slowly fought their way back in. To walk it off would make sense, right? Here comes the 3-1 pitch to Stanton. Way high. Ball 4. That's a 5-pitch walk from Orts. No outs. Leadoff walk by Caleb Ort. Jose Caballero comes to the plate with 1 on. Eric wants to know university or country. Are you talking about my location? Hiroshima University is not far from here. It's about an hour drive from where I'm at. But I live in the countryside. I don't live in the city. I would love to have a place in the city so I could divide my time between here and there. Just can't afford it yet. Help me grow the channel so I can do that. 84 at the top of the zone. The more I grow my channel, the more assured it becomes that I can continue to do the channel. But if the channel doesn't grow to a certain point, it might become difficult for me to sustain it. Wow. After the 0-1 pitch, Caballero shows bunt, pulls back. They say he didn't stay around, so that's 1-1. That pitch was way up and in. One runner on first. 1 ball, 1 strike, no outs. Yeah, we need 3 orts. Here comes the toss. Fouled off. 96 above the zone. 1-2 is the count. We need 3 orts. Yeah, Kimbrel has come through. He's gotten the job done good enough, you know. That'll do, Pig. That'll do. Throw her to first base, and he gets back. 1 ball, 2 strikes is the count to Caballero. Dominguez is pinch running for Stanton. So Dominguez is on first base. Stanton is out. 98 miles an hour, hit high in the air over on the right side. I guess the Yankees figured that there's no way that this game is going to go into extra innings because Stanton is out. That's a pretty big deal. Pulling out Giancarlo Stanton from your lineup for a pinch runner in the 8th. Well, if it goes into extra innings, that might come back to bite them. You never know. 1 ball and 2 strikes on that foul ball. Count remains. Here comes the next toss. Fouled off. A double play would be nice, Daryl. You're right. J. Paul says 3 jorts. This is bounced foul down the third baseline. We're going to have yet another 1-2. They had the steal going. The hit and run looks like on that play. Dominguez is going to have to go back to first base. Eric Sherman says Okert gets an ort. Now at the Ghost on. Yeah, I need Okert gets an ort. I should make a shirt like that. That's a good idea. Okert gets an ort. Okert here's an ort. Which one do you think is better? Okert here's an ort or Okert gets an ort? That's an infield fly caught by Urias. 1 down. Dominguez remains on first base and Austin Wells comes to the plate. I can make a shirt that actually has the Dr. Seuss style, right? That would be hilarious. That's a good idea. I'll work on that. 88 miles an hour. I'm trying to figure out some extra stuff that, because I can't make images of the players directly if it's obvious. I'm not allowed to do that. That's not allowed. That's illegal. I'm also not allowed to reference the Astros directly. So I have to be a little creative. That's why my South Korea shirt is not a direct reference to Carlos Correa or the Houston Astros, but it does have the Astros colors and it references baseball. And it's not irreverent to the South Korean flag, so it's an okay design. 97, way inside. That's ball 3. 3 straight balls to Austin Wells by Ort. 1 down, 1 runner on first, and Ort losing a little bit of control here. Here comes the next pitch. That's a little low and outside, called ball 4. Austin Wells wasn't quite sure if that was going to be called ball 4, but it was. That's a 4-pitch walk. Runners on first and second. Ort digging himself a little bit of a hole right now. Here's an Ort. Okay. So if you guys, yeah, I figured here's an Ort is more like the Dr. Seuss, so I figured that might be funnier. Ogred, here's an Ort. Can you imagine people wearing that? I want to go to an Astros game in Dyking Park wearing a shirt that says that. Ogred, here's an Ort. People would be like, what? Strike one to Volpe. Runners on first and second. An old-timey jam for Ort. I think he can get out of it. Here comes the pitch. Fouled off. 84-mile-per-hour Swiffer. 0-2 is the count. Yeah, this game does feel like it feels like an extra innings game already. Yeah, we definitely need Hader back for the playoffs. That's true. And we need these guys like Kimbrel to perform, you know. 96 up and in, strike 3. 96 up and in. Volpe goes down. Volpe with the swingy. Tommy Likey. Tony says, let's dry up this Wells. That's funny. The Wells is dry. Next pitch to Ryan McMahon. Called a strike. 0-1 is the count. Eric's going to go to this game Sunday with his son. Nice. 92 on the outside edge. Strike 2. 2 straight strikes. McMahon not happy about that. He's questioning the umpire, but these are clearly in the zone. Don't be a baby. Don't be a baby. You a baby. 2 outs, 2 on, 2 strikes. And this next pitch will be too much for McMahon. Here's the toss. Ground ball up the middle. Oh, Pena dives for it. That's going to cost a run, though. He tried to keep it on the infield and bounced off his glove. And that's going to make it 5-3. Pena tried to keep it on the infield with the dive. And because he wasn't able to get it. Good effort. Maximum effort by Pena. But because he wasn't able to haul it in, that's going to cost them a run. If Pena had been able to get that, he might not have been able to make a play, but it would have stopped the run from scoring. Trent Grisham comes to the plate with runners on the corners, 2 outs. First pitch from Ort on the way. 96 above the zone, ball 1. Where's Hunter Brown? Waiting for the next game that he pitches, I would guess. Probably in the bullpen or in the dugout hanging out. Or it throws it over to first base just to reset the pitch clock. Yeah, we definitely can't afford to give up any more. Hey, Steel Viper, good to see you. Yeah, we're trying to have a good time. Hopefully we can get some more runs. We need some. We need at least 2 more to tie it. Wow, that's crushed a right field. Is it going to be gone? Yeah, that's a homer. 3-run homer. This game just got out of hand. It's 8-3. So Grisham just owning the Astros this series with a grand slam and now a 3-run homer. Eight to 3. He just put it right over the center of the plate. It was a cutter. Flat cutter. Easy for him to just put it in the stands out in right field. That just takes the wind out of you, right? So different than yesterday. This is like game 1. It was looking like game 2 And then they went back to looking like game 1. Paul Goldschmidt at the plate takes the first pitch for ball 1. No reason to get a reliever going right now. Just let Ort stay in there and work it out. Here's the pitch. That's 96 on the inside. Strike 1. The count's even. Jay Paul, you're right. That would be hilarious to see a bunch of people. 50 people. Like 50 people know what that means. If someone's wearing the South Korea shirt. That would be funny. 96 to the shallow right field side. Walker is over, and Sanchez, nobody can get it. That's going to be a hit. Paul Goldschmidt with a little bloop single to right field. The inning continues. That's hit number 9 for the Yankees. Aaron Judge comes to the plate with a runner on. Yeah, Spot is going to come out and make a change. Jaden Murray is going to come out for the Astros. Jaden Murray. Jaden Murray. I'm trying to make a portrait for Jaden Murray right now. I don't know if I'm going to have it ready in time, but I'll try my best. I don't have a picture for him yet. I'll try to get it made. It's not a huge priority, but I do like to have all the portraits for all the pitchers. I don't have one for him yet. Yeah, fudge is one way to put it, Gregory. You're right. I agree with you. Eric says that sucks. Ort had been pitching pretty well lately. That's true. Just let us down. That's not a bad vibe, Mr. Antonio. Ort killed us that inning. That's just true. Ort's not a bad pitcher, but he was bad that inning. He just wasn't on. Alan Walker sticking to his walk-off. Sounds good to me. Jaden Murray is on the mound for the Astros, facing Aaron Judge with a runner on and 2 outs. 96 at the bottom of the zone. Strike 1. This is his first appearance in the majors. He has no stats for the MLB right now. What a batter to face on your first time at the plate, right? Or on the mound. 97 on the outside edge, strike 2. How about a 3-pitch strikeout to Judge on your first appearance? That'd be nice. He's got his family up in the stands watching him right now. You're facing a Hall of Famer, man. Here's the pitch. That's hit into right field and right at Sanchez for out number 3. So 2 strikes, and his family is cheering in the stands. Jaden Murray comes in the game, 3 pitches, 2 strikes, and then a line drive out. Nice. Gets the out on the number 1 OPS guy in all the majors on his first major league pitch, or major league outing. Good for him. The inning is finally over, but the Yankees once again have a big inning. They have 3 runs in the 5th and 4 in the 8th. They've got 8 total. 2 big blow-up innings. Unfortunately, the Astros are down by 5 runs. 5 runs. Who gave up the runs in the 8th? Caleb Ort. Oh yeah, I forgot to change the picture to Ort. Sorry about that. right now I'm trying to get a picture made for Murray. It made the picture for me, but it gave him the wrong number. He's number 70, not number 80. It gave him the number 80, so I got to remake it. But yeah, Ort was on the mound. I apologize for that. I forgot to change the picture. Right now it is changed to Ort. But the last pitcher is Murray, but Murray got us out of the inning. Yeah, it's the bottom of the 8th. We gotta get some back. We gotta get at least a couple. You're right, but preferably more. Correa starts it off with a single right off the bat, literally. South Korea, baby. Right on time. Steel Viper, thank you so much for that super chat. $10 super chat. We're hunting lobsters. That's right. Bring those lobsters home, baby. Thank you so much, Steel Viper. I really appreciate that. One runner on for Christian Walker. Here's the pitch. 93, too far inside. Fernando Cruz is still on the mound for the Wanks. 1 ball, no strikes. Correa on first base, no outs. Let's get her did. Come on, Skywalker. Nope, not like that. 80 miles an hour, swing and a miss. Here comes a 1-1 pitch. Grounded foul down the third base side towards the dugout of the Wanks. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1-2. Walker swings and misses. Strike 3. How many times do I have to say that this year? I'm so tired of that. If there's one phrase, that's actually a good question to ask you guys and gals in the chat. What are your top 3 expressions or phrases that you're tired of saying for the Astros this year? My number 1 must be Walker strikes out. Maybe the second one is Diaz strikes out. He hit that one really hard into the upper deck. Holy cow, that was way up there in the upper deck. But foul. 0-1. So my number 1 most tired of expression is Walker strikes out. Number 2, Diaz chases that for strike 3. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. 94 right down the middle, strike 2. Correa on first base waiting for somebody to bring him home. We've already got 1 lobster lost. Don't make it 2. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Please give them a shiner, yiner. I'm begging you. High and outside, 1-2. Lightning delay. The Eagles and the Cowboys, Mark? Is that who you're talking about? Here's the toss. In the dirt, 2-2. Eric's comment is hilarious. Insert Astro here is on the DL is my pick. the most or the crappiest phrase of the year. It could be. And there we go. Diaz swings and strikes out. There's my second most unfavorite phrase. I've had to use my first and second most unfavorite phrase of the year back to back. Walker strikes out, Diaz strikes out. You're right. Steel Viper is right. The Walker Diaz curse continues. We can stop maybe cry walk as. Buddy Sanchez is at the plate. He does have a nice home run, so he has helped the Astros a little bit. Let's see if he can add some more on right now. He hits it pretty hard to center field, but it's going to be off the end of the bat, so it's not going to go very far. He flies out. Chisholm is able to come in and grab it for out number 3. The Astros go down with a runner on base. That's more lobsters for the Astros. 16 total lobsters for the Astros, 13 for the Yankees. $16 lobsters lost while fishing. The Wanks have lost 13, but it doesn't matter because they have 8 runs on the board. So those are good ratios. Those are good numbers. You can't catch them all. It's not Pokemon. Alan Walker, runners on with 2 outs could be added to the list. What else could be added to the list? I think, how about this one? Bases loaded. How about this? Bases loaded, stranded. That's probably my number 3. Bases loaded, stranded. No runs. Bases loaded, 3 up and 3 down. Well, you know, for me it's not even necessarily about winning this game. It's about showing systemic improvement in their discipline at the plate, and I'm not seeing it. The Astros are bipolar, 100% bipolar. Jaden Murray is back at the plate. The first pitch is hit really hard out to left field, but foul. Strike 1. I think I have his... Oh, yeah, I think I have his image now. Yeah, I do. Another strike from Murray. This is hit into shallow left field. Alvarez rushes in and gets it, so the first batter is retired. I'm sorry, that's a second out. Oh, no. Second out for Murray. My bad. First out of the inning. I meant to say that's the second out for Murray. He's faced 2 batters, 6 pitches, 2 outs. Good outing so far. 1 down in the top of the 9th. He's facing Cody Bellinger. Here's the first toss. Low and inside. Ball 1. What in the world is going on? I'm trying to get my... That ball is fouled back, 1-1. Another pitch for a strike from Murray. 1-2. I'm trying to get this image up on the screen for this guy. Come on. That's hit hard into left field. Jordan is under it. He floats underneath it. Right on the edge of the warning track. Puts it away for out number 2. Let's see if I can get his picture on the screen before the inning is over. I might not be able to do that. Too many things at one time. Jose Caballero comes to the plate. Pitcher portraits. There we go. All right, next pitch on the way. 98 high. It's 1-1. First pitch was a strike to Jose Caballero. I apologize. I'm trying to get the picture for Jaden Murray on the screen. There we go. Boom. There we are. It's updated finally. 95 up and in. Fouled off. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 95 mile per hour fastball. Finally got the portrait for Jaden Murray on the screen. I wish it did, Eric. I don't know what it would do with those experience points. 96 up and in, a strikeout. Look at that. 1, 2, 3 inning. He's faced 4 batters, including Aaron Judge, and he's retired all 4. Good outing for Jaden Murray. That's a nice start. I like to see that. It's really nice when we have a young pitcher come out for the first time throwing heat and get 4 straight outs, including against the MLB's #1 OPS guy. Like to see that. Bottom of the 9th coming up, everybody. Astros are down by 5. Doesn't really mean anything whether they're down by 1 or down by 5. Same difference. Just means that they have to hit the ball, right? And keep hitting the ball until it's a walk-off. Just keep getting hits and keep getting hits and keep getting hits until it's a walk-off. It's very simple. 9 hits for the Yankees, 7 for the Astros, 3 errors for the Wanks, none for the Stros. 8-3, yos. Yeah, Lobster, left on base, left on base, left on base. Abel, you're right, all season long. But the Astros, they climbed their way to number 2 in all of MLB for chasing outside the zone. They climbed their way to number 3 in MLB for, if I'm not mistaken, for, I don't know if it's whiff rate. I want to say it's, but it might just be first pitch swinging or aggressive swinging. Swinging early in the count, the Astros are ranked in the top 3. Right now, as far as strikeouts are concerned, whiff rate, let's see. MLB team leaders in whiff. No, these are pitching stats. I don't want the pitching stats. Swing and miss. MLB leaders in swing and miss. Hey, the Batman is at the plate. Victor Caratini stepping in. First pitch, curveball. Wow, at the bottom of the zone. David Bednar is in the game now for the Yanks. Caratini took a timeout. He's back in the box now. Caratini batting for Urias. Line drive shot to left field. That's going to be down. Opposite field hit for the Batman. All right. This is where the Yanks fans cry some more, right? Astros come back and walk it off in the ninth. The Tram is at the plate. If I'm a Yankees fan, I feel very nervous right now, right? My stomach is twisting. If you think about it from the Astros fan angle, this is actually a less stressful situation for us than it is for the Yankees fans. So that's the silver lining. 1-0 is the count. Here's the pitch to Tram. Bottom of the zone on the curveball. 1-1. Yeah, Alan, our culture was just what you said. Our culture traditionally for years has been patience at the plate. You know, not swinging at garbage, swinging at stuff in the zone, making the pitchers pitch to us. But 2024 and 2025, it has been a snowball. We've become the #1 most aggressive swinging team in the MLB. Speaking of swinging, Trammell swings right there and misses for strike 2. 1-2 is the count. Here's a pitch. High and outside, 2-2. Still Viper says, I guess our consolation prize is the fact that the Mariners got swept by the Rays and the Rangers lost the series against the D-backs. We'll take it. You're right. You're right. Once again, if we're going to lose, our competitors might as well lose too. That's hit hard to left field all the way out to the Crawford boxes. It's going to be off the wall, and he can't play it well off the wall. Caratini will go all the way to third, and Trammell will easily get to second base. Opposite field hit by Trammell off the scoreboard. Nice. 2 opposite field hits off our lefties. 95 mile per hour fastball right in there. Good hit by the Tram. They wanted to check the bat. Trammell's bat. Espada's going to come over and see what's going on. The Yankees wanted them to check the bat. Are you kidding me? Are you serious? Man. What in the world is the deal here? The freaking Yankees, I swear. What in the world is going on? Now he's calling Boone, the manager, out. You know, he was with the Yankees before. And they said that he was supposed to get an American League Championship ring, and they never gave it to him. So screw you, Boone. With all due respect. Trammell's like, what's going on? A rules check about bat regulations. Okay, they're taking a look at the part of the bat where it looks like the paint is worn off. So it's obviously a worn bat. The bat is very worn. Yeah, you can see it right here. They've got this problem with that worn area of the bat. That's the Yankees' issue. So they are checking it right now. But it looks like the whole bat itself is very old. Even the handle is worn down. So the question is, can you use a bat like this in the game? It shouldn't have anything to do with the integrity of the bat. It's just the appearance. This is a nothing burger. This is a Yankees nothing burger. This is a Wankies nothing burger. And of course they have to go to New York to check with the rules. Crowd is beginning to boo. This has held up the game. The Astros start to hit the ball and they hold up the game with this nonsense. You're absolutely right, Elvis. This is just a slow down what's going on. They got to figure out something. This is the Wankies we're talking about here. They always got to complain about something. Trashy Yankees. Alejandro, you're right. Think of the irony. They call us the Trastros, but they are constantly doing trashy things. This is so ridiculous. You're right, Blue Devil. It is bullcrap. It is bullcrap. Abel is also right. The Stanks always pull stuff like this on everybody. More fuel to add to the fire. The Astros haters. And the funny thing is, Still Viper, this is the Yankees being trash. Here's the call on the field. And they're taking the bat away. This doesn't look good. Boone seems happy. Okay. Espada is now getting the explanation. I think he's probably about to blow up. They took the bat away. This is not going to be good. Yankees aren't happy enough having a 5-run lead in the ninth. They got to pull crap like this. Espada doesn't say much. Okay, well, Tramel's like, okay, finally. They keep the bat, but they don't make any changes to the hit. So they don't label it as like an illegal thing, but they confiscate the bat. Tell me how this makes any sense to slow down the game at this point in the ninth inning for that. Complete nonsense, right, guys and gals? It's complete nonsense. The Flash is at the plate. The top of the batting order is up. Jordan on deck. No outs. We got runners on second and third. First pitch from Bednar. First pitch in about 5 hours. Low and outside. He chases it for strike one. Come on, Pena. Here's a 0-1 pitch. Another chase on a curveball, low and outside. It's 0-2. Yeah, that's right, Casey. They don't have a clue. They don't have a rule clarification for sure, so the play stays whatever. Trying to cool us off. Absolutely. That's exactly the intent on the part of the Wankies there. They're just crying because they're trying to do everything they can. Oh, this is a line drive caught, of course, by Volpe. Just a little too low. Pena almost gets the base hit there, but unfortunately it doesn't get through. Out number 1. Yordan Alvarez comes to the plate. Prodigy says, what is this? Another instance of villainizing the Astros for something trivial. Yeah, this is a sore winners is what it is. High and outside to Yordan. Come on, Yordan. Come on, man. You can do it. I believe in you. And he's licking his lips. He can taste it. 1-0. Here comes the pitch from Bednar. Curveball drops in there low and outside for strike 1. 1-1 is the count. You're absolutely right, Blue Devil. That's why I can't stand them either. Bunch of babies. It's mainly the, I mean, even the players, but the managers especially. 95 low and outside. Called strike 2. The count is 1-2. Runners on second and third waiting to be driven in. Come on. Yordan is hungry. Bednar steps off the mound. Abel says, I would have signed the bat. Can you imagine if Trammell went over after the inning and signed the bat? Let me sign it for you. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. High and outside, 2-2. Passive-aggressive New Yorkers. Charles, you're right. Sometimes they're passive-aggressive, but sometimes they're directly aggressive. They're not always passive. They're often obnoxious. I would say more often they're obnoxious and openly aggressive and obnoxious. Here's the pitch. Up the middle. Is it going to get through? Yes, it is. Yordan punches it through. And that's going to score a run. 4 hits again for Alvarez today. It's an 8-4 game. Caratini comes in. Look at that. Gets down low enough to bring it up. Just enough to golf it. Right over Volpe. Couldn't quite get to that one. Good job, Volpe. Runners on the corners with 1 out. And that brings up Altuve. Here's the first pitch. Outside, ball 1. Good take. Altuve has 1 walk today, and he reached base on an error. He doesn't have a hit yet. 1 ball, no strikes. Runners on the corners, 1 out. Here comes a pitch from Bednar. 97 in the top of the zone. There was that fastball I think Altuve was looking for earlier. He swings and misses. 1-1. Yes, that's right, Tony. 1 more runner at the plate. And it'll be the tying run. Here's the 1-1. Outside, ball 2, 2-1. Still Viper says $10 a run in the 9th. Thank you so much. I'll buy that for $1. Thank you so much. Here's the pitch, the 2-1. Outside. 3-1 to Altuve. South Korea on deck. What in the world is going to happen? Abel says his time. It's his time. He's due. He's definitely due. He's overdue. It's whew. Another full count to Altuve. 96 on the outside edge. Strike 2. Yes, Correa is due up, Alejandro. 1 out right now. Even a walk would be good because it keeps it going for sure. I agree. Here comes the full count pitch to Altuve. Outside ball 4. He got it. Altuve gets the walk on the outside pitch. Look how close this was. Woo! 97 just barely outside. The umpire laid off. And they're going to have a meeting on the mound. Is that it, or are they just going to have a little discussion? Yeah, just a little talk. We got bases loaded with 1 out. The tying run is at the plate, guys. South Korea is at the plate. Can we get that Astros grand slam, please? Four runs plated by South Korea. Bring those lobsters home. The success of our fishing trip right now depends on the fisherman, the lobster man, South Korea. He's got 3 lobsters in the net, a 4th lobster at the plate. Feed us. Feed us. Outside, ball 1. Grand salami time. It is. The Astros deserve it. Brian Abreu is warming up in the bullpen. 1-0 to South Korea. Bases juiced. Here's the toss. Low and outside. 2-0. The Yankees bullpen is now going again. 2 balls, no strikes. Here's the pitch. Right in there on the curveball. Taken for strike 1. The count's 2-1. Correa looks over to the dugout and nods like he understands something. 25 pitches for Bednar now. Here's the 26th. 2-1 to South Korea. Up and in, almost hit him. 3 balls and 1 strike. The crowd boos a little bit. It's a hitter's count. 1 out. Bases juiced, waiting for South Korea to squeeze that juice right on these lobsters. Ooh, curveball in the zone, taken for strike 2. It is a full count. We've got a full count with bases loaded. Eric, I agree. We walk it off. We won't need Abreu at all. Here comes the full count pitch. Ah! Correa swings at the inside pitch. Could have been ball 4. Strike 3. That was it. Correa with a defensive swing on the inside. Could have let it go for a walk. That could have been 8-5. And now it comes down to Christian Walker. Here comes the first pitch. 97. He fouls it off. 0-1. Guys, can Christian Walker do it? I think if Christian Walker can tie up this game with a grand salami, it will be absolutely unbelievable. Here's a 0-1 pitch. He holds up 79 miles an hour below the zone. They say he did not go. The catcher thought for sure he went, but it was not close. 1 ball, 1 strike. 30 pitches now for Bednar. Abreu says, Walker, I swear. Alejandro says, darn it. It is redemption time. Can he get it? Here's the pitch. Oh! There's that curveball taken for strike 2. 1-2. This is it, guys and gals. The crowd comes to their feet wanting something here. We need something. Don't leave these lobsters out. The Astros are now leading in hits. We need the big hit. Here's the 1-2 pitch with 2 outs. Bases juiced. Walker hits it high in the air, fouls it off into the crowd. 98-mile-per-hour pitch. The count remains 1-2. Please, God, help Walker. All of Houston praying right now. 10 hits for the Astros, 9 for the Yankees. We've got a bunch of lobsters. The net is full right now. All we need is for Walker to bring them home and tie this game up. Here's the toss. He strikes out. Swing and a miss. Curveball inside, and that's it. My number one phrase for the year that I'm tired of saying, Walker strikes out. That's 3 strikeouts this game for Walker. Not a single hit. Not even a walk. Walker has 6 lobsters. Six lobsters in this game just for Christian Walker alone. And the Astros have a total of 24 lobsters left in the game. 24 lobsters for the Astros in this game. That's unbelievably bad. Unbelievably bad. The Yankees have 13. I think I have a little bit of a headache, actually, after this game. The Astros score 1 in the 3rd, 1 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th, 1 in the 9th. But they miss 24 opportunities, 24 runners to bring home, and they don't do it. They fail. Yeah, I'm pretty upset, too, about that. Let's see here. Alan says I might change my name. You can change your name to Alan Alvarez. You can change it to that. That would be a stronger name, right? Yeah, it did. It felt like a playoff game, but it's because we can't stand the Yankees. I'm sure the Yankees fans are going to have a high old time with that. Death Before Dishonor says, Lord, if you let Walker hit a grand slam, Brandon will do the play-by-play for the next game as Christopher Walken. Hey, listen, if Walker had been able to get that grand slam and the Astros won the game, I would have been happy to do Christopher Walken for an entire play-by-play. I would have done it. I would have done it. As a matter of fact, I will say this. If Walker can get any grand slam between now and the end of the season, then I will do Christopher Walken for the rest of the next game. For sure. For all of the next game. Sorry about the game. I'm just the messenger. There's not a whole lot to say about the score. If we take a look at the results, the scoring summary, the Astros didn't do too much, really. They got 4 runs on the board, but they just barely squeaked those in. Alvarez homered to right. Correa grounded into a fielder's choice, scoring Alvarez. Sanchez homered to left. Alvarez singled to left, scoring Caratini. So without Alvarez, we would only have 2 runs this game. Maybe 1. The Yankees get a single to score, a homer to score, a single to score, a walk to score, an infield single to score, and another homer to score. So they mix it up. They earned their runs today. The Astros just don't. Too bipolar once again. If you look at the pitching performance over here, you'll see Javier went 4.1 innings, 6 hits, 4 runs. 3 walks, 4 Ks. Subpar. I wouldn't say it was bad, but it definitely wasn't good. It was subpar. So, does he get a passing grade? If I were to grade this as a teacher, I would say that Javier scored a 45% or a 50%. Yeah, 50% probably on a test. Not good enough to pass. But, or maybe 55%. I'll say that, 55%, because if you're just guessing on a test, you can get 50%, right? But Javier obviously did better than just guessing, but he didn't do good enough to pass. I'm going to give him a 55%. He gets a high F. Just not good enough. De Los Santos came in and did pretty well. 1.2 innings pitched, no hits, no earned runs, 1 walk and 1 strikeout. Kimbrel also looked pretty good. No hits, no earned runs, 1 walk, 1 strikeout. Ort is really where it fell apart, unfortunately, for the Astros on the pitching side. Didn't even pitch a full inning, unfortunately. 3 hits, 4 earned runs, 2 walks, holy cow. and a strikeout. 3 hits and 2 walks in less than an inning. Felt sad for Ort because he was doing so much better recently. And then Murray, our new pitcher, comes in. There's a little bit of a silver lining. If you want to look at the game from the bright side, we got a young guy came in for the first time, Jaden Murray, and pitched 1.1 innings. He put away all 4 batters he faced, got 1 strikeout, no hits, no walks, no runs. One of those batters was Aaron Judge. That was the first batter he faced in a leverage situation. Good job by this guy. So there's a small silver lining. Unfortunately for the Astros, it's not gonna help them with their lead in the division. But thankfully, if you take a look at the scoreboard right now, neither the Strangers nor the Submariners played today. So if we go take a look at the standings, right over here, that's where the Astros are in the West. They're up by 4 games over the Mariners and 5.5 over the Strangers. That's unfortunate. Unfortunate. Unless, should that have changed with this loss today? $77 and $64. Yeah, that's right. This actually should change a little bit. Here it says the Astros are 77 and 63, but they're 77 and 64. So they should have lost a half a game. So they'd be 3.5 ahead of the Mariners and 5 ahead of the Strangers. They still got the lead, but you know, this is where we're having an issue over here on the right side. If you want to take a look at it, run differential. It basically means when you add up all the runs that you've given up, and then you subtract the runs that you've, or rather, you add up all the runs that you have scored, and you subtract all the runs you've lost. What's the difference? And for the Astros, they're only plus 15. They are by far the worst first place team in all of MLB. Let's see here. The Blue Jays are at plus 62. The Tigers are at plus 85. The Phillies are at plus 100. The Brewers are at plus 162. That's insane. The Dodgers are at plus 94. The Astros are just plus 15. Can you believe that? It's funny because the Rangers are actually at plus 90, but they're in 3rd place. You know, the Strangers fans have got to be frustrated, right? Let's see what's going on in the live chat. Alan Walker says, don't know if you saw my earlier comment. Alvarez 13 for 21 past 5. Yes, he's been on fire. But you know what? It's because he hasn't been a part of the Astros hitting system, right? All the other Astros are in that sickened, diseased hitting system right now. Let me scroll back. I know I've missed several comments. Prodigy says, smacking my head. I understand that. See you later, Blue Devil. Thank you for being here. Death Before Dishonor says the 2 rally killers to end the game. Of course. Wouldn't have it any other way. Casey Jones says, cheers. Win some, lose some. That's right. Jordan did homer, and so did Sanchez. So, and we had a young pitcher come in, right? First time and do good. So there's that. Death Before Dishonor, you are welcome. Thank you for being here. Good night to you, Caesar. Thank you for being here also. Alejandro says Alvarez is really coming through. Yes, he is. Astros just need to get on board with what he's doing. Good night to you, Caesar. Still Viper says it's okay, though. We're going to take out this frustration on the Rangers tomorrow. Certainly hope so. Certainly hope so, Viper. Alan says, oh, yeah, I saw that. Thank you, Alan, for that. Yeah, Alvarez has been hot. And on top of that, he's got several walks. So his on-base percentage is insane right now. Abel says, got to get some rest. Appreciate you. And I'll see you next time. Y'all be safe. Go Stros. Abel, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the support. Get some good rest. Prodigy says the Astros need to analyze these failed at-bats that they're getting in these crucial situations and see how the pitchers are pitching to get to them and what pitchers they're using. I get that, but honestly, like I said, I'm working on a video right now. I haven't been able to finish it because it's taken so much time to figure out how to do the actual video itself. The script and the audio is no problem. That's finished. It's just making the video for it so that it's interesting. But the truth is that the Astros have a systemic team-wide hitting problem. If you look at the minor league guys that came in and had some success with the Astros and helped them out before the All-Star break, and then we get our guys back, you know, and as soon as they come in, they seem to do okay, but then they level off. And many of the Astros bats that have come in that are supposed to be hitting well, they're not. And why is that? Because the Astros, literally, the Houston Astros organization right now, since 2024 until present day, have had a systemic discipline and batting approach problem. They're not hitting traditionally like they used to. For many years, the Houston Astros were known as a patient team at the plate, very patient. They saw a lot of pitches. They saw some of the most pitches in the MLB. They were very patient, and they waited for better pitches. They made the pitchers pitch, and they haven't been doing that since last year. And why is that? I think it's because of leadership on the team. And I don't mean just the players. I'm primarily pointing to the coaches, because the head coach has to hold the batting coaches accountable, and of course the pitching coaches, but right now we're just talking about batting. And then the batting coaches have to hold the players accountable. So they have to put systems in place, and they have to let the players know, this is our system, this is our approach, this is our strategy, this is the way we approach the at-bats, this is the way we approach certain pitchers, this is the way we approach the games. Even itemizing on a per bat basis, this is the way they should lay it out. They should let the players know, this is the way we do it, and we need you with your skills to marry that strategy. But that hasn't been happening. What has obviously been happening is that the batting coach leaders and Joe Espada and these other guys are kind of like, hey, our lineup is loaded with really good hitters, so they can do it. And they just kind of let them go out there and do what they're going to do. Now, I know that sometimes the coaches call for certain plays, like a hit and run or a steal or a bunt, or whatever. You know, I understand that. But when it comes to, okay, if a batter is going to go to the plate and just try to get a hit, I feel like what the Astros leadership is doing is just kind of letting them handle their own at-bats. And you can't do that. You can't just let, even though Correa is a great player, for example, I'm just using him as a random example, okay? I'm not picking him out because he's causing any trouble for the Astros. I'm just picking out a random player. He's the first one that came to mind. But let's say that Carlos Correa goes to the plate and there's a runner on second with one out, okay? Now, in a situation like that, if Correa is just having a normal at-bat, and what I mean is he's not trying to bunt the ball, he's not trying to do a hit and run or anything like that, he's just trying to get a hit, then in that situation, basically, he is 100% Carlos Correa. He's not being influenced by any type of strategy or approach to the at-bat or to each pitch that the Astros batting coaches have given him. Now, you could say that that's speculation on my part, but I'm saying that it seems obvious. Of course, there's a chance that I'm wrong, but I think that if I were a betting man, okay, and I'm not, but if I were a betting man and I had to bet about whether or not I'm right, I would say 90%, at least 90%, I'm correct. Whenever batters go to the plate and they're expected to just get a hit, okay, they're not given any special instructions about like bunting or laying off so somebody can steal or doing a hit and run or a surprise bunt or anything like that. if they're just swing away, I guess you could say, if they're just being told, hit the ball, come on, just hit the ball, I don't believe that they're going to be following any other philosophy than their own personal hitting philosophy and habits. And that's what's causing the problems for the Astros. That's what's making them bipolar. That's why we can have a game 1 where we suck, and a game 2 where it looks like we're all over it, and then a game 3 where we basically kind of suck again. Or it was mediocre, you could say, but actually game 3 did suck, and the reason it sucked is because we stranded so many runners on base. 24 today, 24. Now you might say, oh, at the end of the inning we didn't have so many I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about missed opportunities. The lobsters we talk about. If you follow my channel, you know what a lobster is. But here's the problem. Whenever a batter goes to the plate and it's just like, come on, hit the ball, swing away, we're not going to get consistent results, because that's not the way a great team operates. A great team is a team, and part of that team are your hitting coaches and your manager, your head coach, and the players. So the player at the plate is maybe 50 or 51% of a successful at bat. You might disagree with that and say that's crazy, you know, it's like 80% or 90%. But no, I don't agree. Because what strategy, what philosophy, and how much has he bought into it? And if he hasn't bought into it, why is he at the plate? These things have everything to do with the hitting coaches and the head coach, not the batter. So yes, you could say ultimately it's the batter, because maybe he knows how he's supposed to approach the at-bats, and he's just not following the rules. So he knows how he's supposed to at-bat, but he's still doing his own thing. So ultimately he has the say, so he gets more of the blame. But actually no, it's still under the control of the managers, because if the guy going to the plate, no matter who he is, if he's not following the strategy, then you must discipline that guy. You have to hold him accountable for not following the game plan. So that's why I say that no more than 50% of the success at the plate is on the players. It's not on the players. It's just about 50 or 51%. Most of the rest of the responsibility is going to fall to the hitting coaches and Joe Espada. And then a very small percentage to people like Dana Brown, because Dana Brown doesn't have anything directly to do with it, but when he clearly sees that these systematic batting discipline and accountability changes are not being implemented, he could definitely and should definitely do something to hold Espada's feet to the fire and the batting coach's feet to the fire to make sure that these changes are implemented. And if the changes are not implemented, you have to go down the chain of command or go up the chain of command to find out whose fault it is. Because just blaming it on the hitters and saying, oh, you know, they need to just shake it off, you know, they need to get their heads on straight. No, it's not just the hitters. Look at the Astros in 2024 and look at their performance in 2025. Is it any coincidence that they had actually better results with all of the minor league guys coming in than they do with the regular guys? Why? Because those minor league guys are coming from a completely different practice method. And probably they don't have complacent hitting coaches. The guys who are in the minor leagues, they're hungry. The coaches in the minor leagues are hungry. They're going to work really hard and focus really hard on their mechanics. Why? Because they want to be in the MLB. But when you've got a roster and a coaching staff that's full of guys who have tenure, they can definitely become complacent and just do things the way they want to do them. You know, I mean, look at our lineup. You've got Jeremy Pena, Jose Altuve, Carlos Correa, Yordan Alvarez. We've got several other guys on here who have a little bit of tenure. And if they just want to go to the plate and bat the way they want to bat, do you really think that guys like Espada and the batting coaches are really going to challenge them too much and get them to adapt to their vision for what they want them to do? I think there's a problem there. And I'm not saying that the Astros hitters are full of themselves, but I think that it's more like if you think about children running around and playing outside, if you don't monitor them at all, it's going to be total chaos, and the results that you get from day to day are going to be completely inconsistent. If you can just get them to understand the system and largely adhere to the system using a little bit of instruction, a little bit of discipline on a regular daily basis, then those children overall would generally kind of stay in line and things will be rather peaceful and balanced. And then you won't have this bipolar batting that we have every day. But anyway, that's my little rant. My video that I want to make that goes with my script is going to cover this, so I hope you all are able to check that out whenever it comes out. But anyway, let's see what I missed here. Anything? Alejandro says we're about to close out the season. That's right, we're not far away. Eric says, in a polarized nation, the one thing that all can agree on is a feeling of dread when Walker comes up with a chance to win the game. That's true. It's feast or famine, and most of the time it's famine. See you later, Landon. Enjoy the victory. Eric says, still in first, not looking up at the Blue Jays. That's true. Anyway, 18 people watching now. We've got a game coming up tomorrow. I didn't even go over that, but we'll take a quick look at it. Preview for tomorrow's game. We are playing the Strangers. Gonna be in Arlington at Globe Life Field, what they call the Minute Maid Park 2, or I guess Dykene Park 2 now. Who's on the mound? Undecided for the Astros, it says right now. Merrill Kelly is who we'll be facing. Right-handed pitcher. We'll see how it goes. Who knows? If we can make this a good series, take out some of our frustration on the Strangers, it'd be nice. This is a division rival, so we really need to knock them out. But that's all for now. I'm going to jump off of here. I got a few things to do. I've got thumbnails to make, and I got some food to eat. Thank you all for being here today. I love you so much. Thank you for the support, the live stream comments, the likes on the video, the subscriptions, and especially the super chatters and the donors. You guys and gals are freaking awesome. Thank you so much. Look at that. It looks like what in the world is going on with my screen here? I'm not sure exactly what's going on with my screen here. I'm gonna have to close my screen and reopen it for some reason. I can't see. I see that Steel Viper came in with another super chat just now, and I'm trying to get to that. So I can comment. Here it is. There we go. Steel Viper, thank you so much. You snuck another one in there. Prayers and good health to everyone. Thank you so much. I always welcome and deeply appreciate the prayers and good health wishes. And of course, the supers. Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you, Steel Viper. You have a great one. Get some rest, and I'll see you all for Rangers Game 1 tomorrow. Let's hope to turn this around. hopefully the Astros can have a serious discussion about their batting issues, right? And make some changes, because if without those changes, it's every game is a coin flip. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow, Steel Viper and everyone else. Bye-bye for now. Go Astros!